Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and welcome to this live stream. I need to come up with better intros. Let me switch over to the... I didn't set the... Alright, here we go. So, there's a few things I wanted to talk about today, and seeing as Simon Dan isn't doing his... What's that thing that... He was doing a live stream today. I think it was 100 million views special. But he's not doing that today because... he's tired, I think. That is the reason that he gave me anyway. Well, that's the shortened down reason. I'm not going to go into detail because I don't want to reveal too much that Simon hasn't revealed, so I think saying that he's tired would be a good way to put it. And yeah. Anyway, there's a whole lot of things that we're going to talk about today. Firstly, there's the whole thing between Super Barilaro Bruz and Friendlyjordies. That's the first thing that we're going to talk about, and it is very disturbing. Not just because of that, not just because of the arrest that's been made, the suing, but also because of, well, out of all people. So, if anyone knows who Marcus Paul is, you may know him as King Prawn. There's been some stuff that's happened around him. We don't know much about it, obviously, because I don't think he's allowed to talk about it, but yeah. Then there's also, what else did I put in the... Oh yeah, there's the stuff about UFOs, of course, because people are talking about UFOs like they're aliens, right? Then there's also, oh, yes, there's Catgirls. I wonder how many people are going to be on board with that. Then what else is there? I named this... What did I name? Oh, Flat Earthers, yeah. The mandatory talking about Flat Earthers. Also, there's a thing talking about the magnetism stuff that's been going on lately. Oh, Hiith. Yes, I need to talk about Hiith because... people have been commenting on my videos about Hiith, or when I use a certain clip of Hiith, so I'm going to clarify something about that and show you the entire clip, the clip in its entirety. So, yeah. Somebody said Fox Girls are better. Prove me wrong. I'm not going to attempt to prove you wrong, but you're going to see why I'm talking about Catgirls. Alright, so let me switch over to this. So, recently what's happened? I need to give you a bit of backstory. Essentially, Friendlyjordies is a YouTuber. I should probably go to his channel and show you a bit of his content. Yes, I've watched most of his content. So he's a YouTuber. He's talked about people like Berejiklian, John Barilaro, also known as Bruz. He's talked about Scott Morrison, also known as ScoMo. All kinds of things. He also makes Craig Kelly. He also talks about the media, and he also does things like reacts to Married at First Sight. Right now, a while back, where is it? Oh, okay, Bruz. So, what? Well, actually, we can go even further back. So, yeah, there's content that he made on Berejiklian, essentially blaming her for the Australian bushfires way back in 2019. And, you know, he gave good reason why she's responsible, right? Then we head up to... I'm not sure where it is. Anyway, oh, here we go. Then he made a video where he talked about John Barilaro, because John Barilaro got offended at Friendlyjordies talking about, or got offended at people calling Gladys Berejiklian Koala Killer, right? So that happened. Then what happened is Friendlyjordies talked about that, and so John Barilaro got offended because Friendlyjordies was putting on an Italian accent and saying "bruz," right? So that happened. Also, you've got things about Marcus Paul, right? He talks about Marcus Paul, and then he actually goes on Marcus Paul's show, which was great meme. Oh, and Marcus Paul wore a Super Barilaro Bruz t-shirt. So that happened. Then I think there might have been a few more things about John Barilaro. Then you get to this here. I recommend that everyone goes and watches this video called Bruz. It's just titled Bruz. Really great video. And I was not expecting quite a bit of it. It's a bit of a... I got Philosophy Tube vibes from it. And then it took a turn that I was not expecting. So, yeah. Anyway, we go up a bit more. Oh, and we've got another appearance from Marcus Paul. Oh, and there was something about Bruz in there. Oh, and then he gets on the news. Here's the thing. This video, Bruz, talks about a lot of John Barilaro's corruption. So, that's one of the reasons why I highly recommend it. Then you've got a whole lot of videos about Bruz. So you got Bruz Board, Bruz Returns, Secret Dictatorship, Super Barilaro. This also entitled, I can't remember much about Bruz Board, but I do remember Secret Dictatorship, and that titles a lot about the corruption that's going on. And there was also one where he called Bruz. Oh yeah, there we go. Called John Barilaro. He answered. The Italian Job talks about how Bruz essentially debt-trapped an Italian community using... I can't remember the details of it. Using a clubhouse. Right, basically, bought a clubhouse... Well, no, joined this Italian community. Ended up getting them to buy a clubhouse, then selling the clubhouse to themselves after donations couldn't apparently pay for it, then attempting to close it down or something and selling it for like $1 million. Like, it's a really complicated plan, or complicated. Anyway, you go up. You get to here, and it turns out that John Barilaro is suing Friendlyjordies. So then there's things about John Barilaro telling the media that he had served Friendlyjordies when Friendlyjordies hadn't been served. So then that happened, and there are a few things that happened, and then he got arrested. What's the word? Shortening it down a lot here. Anyway, when Friendlyjordies' producer Christo got arrested, that's very disturbing. I'll play a bit of the video so that you understand what's going on. Anyway.
Reasons I have to keep For legal reasons, I have to keep this video as straight-laced as I possibly can. My name is
Let me know how the
Shanks,
volume
and I'm being sued by John Barilaro, the
is.
Deputy Premier of New South Wales. Up until recently, I've treated this legal problem with the levity it deserves. But in all honesty, every move I've made, no matter how ridiculous it appeared, has been both legal and considered. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the Deputy Premier, who has impulsively, maliciously escalated the situation at every turn, and in doing so, out-clowned the clown. I understood that the usual procedure for silencing dissent in a Western democracy is to outspend your opponent, legally or electorally. What I did not realise is that defence is quite literally paper thin. Australia does have its own secret police, and they get sent in very quickly, particularly when the skin is as thin as said paper. On the 4th of June, plainclothed armed officers stormed into my employee's home, violently assaulted his family, nearly killed his dog, pinned him to the ground, handcuffed him, and dragged him into an unmarked police car. If you're wondering if I've accidentally mixed up a story from Pinochet's Chile with a standard arrest in Australia, I did not. That's what his father thought, who stated at the moment of this incident, understandably panicked.
You can't do this in Australia. You can't just take someone in Australia like out of their house.
He's right. You absolutely cannot. And yet they did. With unsettling arrogance, seeing as several cameras were filming what they could of the event. Imagine what they'd do if they weren't. Here's the footage.
So, yeah, that's... What he's described there is very disturbing. And honestly, the footage is also rather disturbing. The fact that you can have people... The fact that the Deputy Premier of New South Wales could send in the counter-terrorist squad in to arrest someone. And the charges were... The charges were of quote-unquote alleged stalking, right? And we're going to get to the alleged stalking in a bit. That's further on. I'll show you a bit of the video, and then we'll skip ahead to the footage of him allegedly stalking John Barilaro, because there is footage. And they're trying to subpoena the CCTV footage from the area in order to show that, no, Christo wasn't stalking John Barilaro. So this is a bit of the footage, and as I said, this is quite disturbing, the fact that you have counter-terrorism squad coming in to your house to arrest someone for stalking.
No, I'm allowed to film it. No, I'm allowed to film it.
No, you're not.
Could
You're under arrest.
Could you
I'm
film
allowed
this?
to film
Could
it.
you film this, Mum?
You can film it. That's
Yeah.
okay, but you're not allowed to. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to. No, Mum, you can take my. No, you can take my phone. No, take my phone. Take my phone. Don't be.
What the fuck? Yeah, they're giving away evidence and trying to run away with it. Yeah? Don't run off with evidence. Okay? Who are you doing this? You're gonna win. Jesus Christ.
So I just want to point out here for a second that I'm pretty sure that, yeah, I was actually going to bring that up, Rowan. I'm pretty sure that unless they had an arrest warrant, then they wouldn't be able to take the phone. I'm sure that's the case. Like, if let's say someone came to arrest me, I could say, hey, look, can you hold on to my phone to someone? And unless they had... a search warrant is what I'm thinking about. If they had a search warrant, then they'd be able to say, hey, look, that's evidence, so you can't give it away. But if they don't have that search warrant, then yeah, it's then they. Now I may not be this. I may be wrong about the law, but I'm pretty sure that you need a search warrant to be able to take possessions. Right? Because... yeah, anyway. There's more to this, so...
What the fuck?
This is bizarre.
This is not Australia.
Yeah, it's Mark Davis.
Have you got the number? You hurt a 51-year-old woman. You knocked
I
me
tripped over.
You killed my dog.
I tripped
who's
over.
old.
Okay?
No, you did not.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
pushed your way. You pushed
No,
me
no,
down.
you I tripped over
You
that.
assaulted-
So, I do like how Lewis Spears talked about the tripping over here. Like, how do you trip over, push someone, and almost kill a dog? He didn't actually kill the dog, fortunately. Yeah, when some people get power, it's absolutely disgusting, you know? But yeah, they get the search warrant to open the phone, yeah. And, like, I do get that maybe he could have given it to them. They bury the phone in the backyard, but... I mean, if you don't... I mean, if they don't have a warrant to open the phone, then... I mean, what evidence... I suppose there could be certain evidence on the phone, like GPS stuff, right? And I do actually think that what they should do is they should... what they should do is they should get if the location tracking was on, and a lot of people do have location tracking turned on their phone, they should get the location tracking for that, to show that they weren't actually stalking John Barilaro. And yeah, Rowan says that if terrorist unit is sent after every journalist, then they'll probably go on a watch list and unable to go overseas. Yeah. Like, this is a dangerous precedent. And, oh yeah, imagine my shock when everyone's talking about this. Like, Vosh, Philip DeFranco was talking about this. I expected the Australian people like Isaac Butterfield and Lewis Spears to talk about it. Like, that was completely expected. But like when it's such a big story that Philip DeFranco and Vosh are talking about it, that's definitely a big story. Anyway, I'll skip ahead in the video to so I'll skip ahead to the video of border agents can demand to open your phone. But that's like border agents, right? Like if you're trying to travel overseas, and I'd have to look a bit more into it, but I'm sure that if I say to someone, hey look, can you please take my phone and keep it safe, unless they have a search warrant, then they wouldn't be able to demand can be seized to preserve evidence until the search warrant. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but we'll continue because we'll go back 5 seconds so that you see the entire video of the alleged stalking, right? So tell me if this is stalking.
An extremely innocuous interaction. Here's the full video.
Hey, John. Hey, John. I've got something for you. John, I've got a lawsuit. You're suing my boss. John.
That's one count. Doing his...
So, is that stalking? Is there anybody in the chat that thinks that's stalking? I don't think that's stalking, personally. It looks like I've seen worse than that on shows like Fear Go, right? Where they go up to... where they actually are trying to talk to someone. So they wait for someone. Like, are we going to shut down Fear Go 60 minutes? Keith Newton says there's one where they stop a lawyer and arrest him for not turning over his client's phone. They were wrong. Oh yeah, Walter, I gotta fly for you. Now, I will show a bit more. So there is also one of the accounts of. Yeah, we've got people saying no. Now the other account of stalking, I'll show you the. We've got. Oh, hey. So we'll go through here. Here we go.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, we've got an ad. Netflix ad. You know, I never know which one even. Yeah, like one event doesn't make stalking. Now there is this one, which I suppose can make it seem like stalking if you stretch it, right? Anyway, well.
John, you cynical zombie! Why are you trying to do me? Why you do this? Why you trying to do I cannot believe! Hey, you can't! Come on! You cannot touch him! Do not do that move! Hey! The stress of a beard, man from the bush! A bush! Yes! Man from the bush in Sydney, huh? I like your house in Los Prados of Bay! Yes! Allora! Johnny! Yes! Why you not talking to me? You don't answer your phone! Yes!
So that's Christo right there. So Friendlyjordies left pretty quickly after being escorted out, but Christo did stay for a bit longer, right? So we'll continue the.
John, I've got some documents you might want to see. I gotta get out of here. I got an Italian class. Yes, that is the son.
Now, I should emphasize that this is a public event, so yeah, yeah, it is funny. Like, this is also a public event, so that's why I am very hesitant to call this stalking.
Why don't you sit over on the edge? Why don't you relax? This is your son. I'm allowed to go through. You're not ruining our bloody event, so you can do your YouTube 9. Why don't you go away and let us do our bloody university event? Come on! We're having fun! Hey, where's the...
He does look kind of drunk, to be honest. Like, Jordan does look a little bit drunk, but just a little bit.
rest of the game?
I suppose it's like the character.
You're not. What did you say? You're not allowed to film.
Yeah. So Chris O has it right. Stalking would be a series of different interactions. Like, if it was something that kept on happening, and like John Barilaro always noticed that what's his name, Christo, was always just out of the peripheral, out of his peripheral God damn it, peripheral vision, right? Then yeah, that could be classed as stalking, but yeah, public events is hard to prove that they are stalking. Exactly right. Like, it seems that John Barilaro is like, they have my phone number. I don't know how they got that, so they must be stalking me.
I am.
You're not.
I am allowed to film.
say it. Why are you talking? John, why did you pay before? Just say it in one voice. Yeah, just say it before. Leave it, please. This is actually a public.
You know what? I'm going to call security.
Oh, please do. I'm not allowed to be here. I'm allowed to be here. I just want to see what did John have to say? I got a club that you could get trapped. What about a water registry? What about a water registry? What about a water registry?
Corner officer, yeah.
How about some more forest?
So do you guys think that people should interrupt other people's events? Do you guys think out there in the YouTube world that we can have events that are uninterrupted, or you just think you own all our events?
Thanks so much, man. That was entertaining.
No worries.
That was fucking legend, mate. Nice to meet you. Can we get a bit of a group photo?
Hell yeah. Yeah, you can, boys.
Let's get a group photo. Chris, get a group photo with him. Now, this is legend.
Hey, can we rock and roll this out the front? It's not in here.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. John, why are you threatening to sue us? Why are you threatening to sue us? Why? Why are you he's threatening to sue. Don't you
Why
think
don't you stop talking over our events?
Because
why don't you leave the event alone?
To take money from my boss.
Why don't you sit away and let us have the event?
And you make your way out this way.
But I don't want to.
Get your student ID down, man.
No. A bit mature age.
I do love the Super Mario music. Yeah, could be loosely called harassment. I do agree that, you know, you could consider... But then there's also other journalist things which we're going to get into.
I don't know why you are threatening to sue. You're suing? You're suing? We're suing. You're suing. Why are you suing? Because you guys are... Do you realise...
So, yeah. Yeah, in a vague sense, obviously. Because I've seen journalists, like, try to refuse to let someone go about their business. And this is professional... No, there wasn't a Flat Earth conference there. Although it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I've seen professional journalists, like, the Chaser was with harassment. I haven't seen the Chaser. When I think of the Chaser, I think of I think of the game show, right? That one with the Chase. That's because my parents always watch the Chase. It's still going around these days. It's still going on these days, I should say. Yeah, I do agree. Like this action wouldn't help a lawsuit. Like it's one of them things which you probably shouldn't do, you know, if you're being sued. I wouldn't do it if I was sued anyway. But yeah, like that is one of the things that. So those are the two things that he's suing, well, not suing, that he's arrested Christo on the basis of stalking, right? A public event and the other interaction over here. So that's so Macquarie University was the one that we just saw, and then the Sydney one is the one that we saw earlier on. So, and Damien says, I mean, the way that President of the United States treats journalists is worse. Straight harassment, name calling, You mean the ex-president of the United States, right? Like, Biden is kind of boring. Now, this isn't to say that Biden's bad, but Biden is kind of boring compared to Trump, so I don't think that Biden would defame a journalist or harass a journalist or name call a journalist. Yeah, from this, not stalking, right? But that's what that's what John Barilaro arrested Christo on, or got Christo arrested on, should I say? Oh, so I want to skip ahead, right?
In their statement to the police. On Friday, the 4th of June 2021, the victim was attending a funeral at St Mary's Cathedral on College Street, Sydney. About 12:30 p.m, the funeral had ended and the victim was returning to his vehicle parked nearby on Hospital Road. The accused was seen to follow the victim for about 200 metres before approaching the victim as he approached the waiting car. Here's the video, and it starts about exactly where Christo noticed John Barilaro. Does that look like he was following him for 200 metres? He couldn't have been, because that was the first Christo saw of John, seconds before the phone was recording. Furthermore, Christo was walking back to his own car in the opposite direction that John's vehicle was heading. How the hell could he follow John? So let's get a lie counter up. Was seen to be followed for 200 metres.
Yeah, so I mostly wanted to focus on this statement. So the accused was filming using his mobile phone saying, "Deputy Premier, why are you suing my boss and you're corrupt?" The victim got into his car and the accused rounded the car, attempting to speak to the victim through the window of the car. Now, so, firstly, I can tell you all that Deputy Premier, why are you suing my boss and you're corrupt, wasn't said. He said, I have some documents for you, you are suing my boss. Right? That is what was said. And yeah, and then there was the victim got into his car and the accused rounded the car, still filming. I'm not sure what rounded the car means, because he does verb. Okay, I'm not sure, not quite sure of that language there, but yeah. But he does also say that, he didn't round the car, so yeah. Anyway, so this statement here was based on, so this statement here was what was used to get Christo arrested. And if we go back in the video to here. Wait. There we go. So, Christo is on bail, so he must not approach John Barilaro or contact him unless it's through a lawyer. That is fair. I can understand that. Go within 200 metres of any place John Barilaro lives or works. And, I mean, that is also fair. As long as... This is assuming that he's guilty. If he's guilty, those first two are fair. Possess or share images or caricatures of the protected persons. That's kind of fucked up, to say the least. Like, he's not allowed to it's not as though he sexually assaulted John Barilaro, right? Like, it's not like John Barilaro sent Christo nudes, and now he's got to delete all the nudes of John Barilaro off his phone. This isn't something like that, where he's been sending, like, John Barilaro pictures of... It's not like he's been posting pictures of John Barilaro... having came on a photo of John Barilaro or anything. That's not what's going on here. Like... I can get, like, the share images, but, like, to not be able to possess images? Like, what? Is this, like, Christo has John Barilaro's face all over the wall or something? Like, that is very weird. Comment on the personal appearance or behaviour of the protected persons. Yeah, he can't buy... Oh, that's... Did I... No, I didn't get the thing from Xenophon Davis up. There was a statement from Christo on there, but yeah, comment on the personal appearance or behaviour of the protected persons. Now, this makes it very difficult to... that makes it very difficult for him to speak about it, right? Like, because John Barilaro is suing him. Isn't that a behaviour of the isn't like is someone suing something? Isn't that a behavior? I can get the personal appearance, right? Like, I can understand that, but the behavior part, and participate in publishing of further content further harassing the victim. Participate in the publishing of content further harassing the victim. Isn't like harassing? Isn't he not allowed to do that? Like this part here is kind of redundant. It seems like it just seems. I don't know, because like further harassing the victim, right? That's like a big part. Like he's allowed to publish content of him, quote unquote, already harassing the victim. Like he's allowed to participate in that, but he's not allowed to participate in publishing content further harassing the victim. Yeah, like the first two, as I said, like, as Mr. Andrak put it correctly, yeah, standard restraining order, right? Other parts go a little bit. Yeah, if it were a sex offender, that would be understandable, but yeah, it's stretching quite a bit. You know, like you buy a newspaper and like that, you suddenly have FBI open up, and a SWAT team comes in and knocks down your door because you have an image of John Barilaro. I suppose. Yeah, confuses harassment with stalking. Absolutely. And that's if you consider it harassment. And some people would say, well, I mean, journalists do that. Now, next thing we're going to look at is this here. Kevin Rudd saying, why I donated to the Friendlyjordies Legal Defense Fund. And when I actually search this up, like if I go to, if I search Kevin Rudd, right, there was a thing that was, there's something recently about news. I think it was from a Sydney Morning Herald. Saying, why would Kevin Rudd help a problematic YouTuber? And it's like, because like I don't like in this instance, I don't care like how problematic Friendlyjordies is, right? Like here's the thing. You can call someone like what's his name? Count Dankula, right? Let's take Count Dankula for an example. The guy with the Nazi pug. He was arrested. Was he arrested? I can't remember if he was arrested or not. But anyway, I think that him having to go to court for teaching his pug to be a Nazi, I think that was bullshit. Like, firstly, it was obviously a joke. Like, do you really think that... Like, firstly, like, teaching your dog to do the, is it Sieg Heil or something? Like, yeah, stupid joke, but it's a joke nonetheless. Do you really think that anybody's seriously teaching their dogs to do, like, Nazi salutes and that... Like, legitimately. No one's doing that. Like, surely... Well, sure, maybe a crazy person doing that. But it's a crazy person that would be doing that serious. Yeah. Kevin Rudd was harassed mercilessly and just took it as part of the job. That's what we go down here. Go down here for. Like he said, from your first day as candidate, you should anticipate frequent public confrontations with aggrieved constitutions, ear-splitting protests, brash journalists, and obnoxious commentator comes with the territory. When I was Prime Minister, the media would frequently camp outside my home, stake at my electric office, and throng my local church on Sundays. I even once found a reporter lurking in the pew behind me, apparently trying to eavesdrop. Yeah. So, like, just... Oh, yeah, returning to what I was saying. So, yeah, just because someone's problematic. Yeah, I find Count Dankula problematic, mostly because of the stuff that he's done after the... after he got arrested. But, you know, if he got arrested again for the same thing or a similar thing, right? Then I'd be like, Count Dankula shouldn't be arrested for this. Yes, I disagree with him, but, you know, and just because people decided to donate to the legal fund of Count Dankula, I wouldn't hold it against them, even if Count Dankula is quote-unquote problematic. Just like if Friendlyjordies is problematic, I'm not going to hate on anyone for donating to him. And yeah, I saw Count Dankula commenting on this. Like, that's how big this gets. I haven't seen the video yet. I've been meaning to, though, because even though I find him problematic, I'm curious to see what his opinion is on it. And I'm fairly certain that he's going to bring up his own thing, right? Like, I'm very certain that he's going to bring up his own thing, which is, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. So yeah, so Kevin Rudd has supported it, and oh yeah, if you want to support it, like, I'll put a link in the description, like friendlyjordies.com/legal fund. There's a link in the description. Robert Adset says impromptu scums are part of the job description for politicians, especially high-ranking ones, unless you're so high-ranking that you have bodyguards. Have you thought about that? Like America is one of the places where I think, how many attempts are there on, like, assassination attempts on the president are there over there, right? Like, has there been any assassination attempts on Biden yet? I remember that there was, like, an assassination attempt on Barack Obama, and there was probably a few on Trump. Like, let's be honest, there were probably a few on Trump. So they kind of need bodyguards over there, but, like, in other places, like, I've never heard of an assassination attempt on Jacinda Ardern or Scott Morrison. Although Scott Morrison, the amount that the Australians would rather Jacinda as their Prime Minister, it wouldn't be surprising if there was an assassination attempt. Even people that do support the Liberal government. I need to work on that. Even they want Jacinda Ardern. And yes, I had to do the obligatory the Liberal government. I'm not good with the shouty stuff. Well, not always, anyway. And here's me trying to do better at singing. Anyway. Yeah, so. But here's the thing. This isn't as bad as it gets. Because something's happening behind the scenes that we barely know about with Marcus Paul. So, you remember Prawny? King Prawn? And I'm allowed to call him... It's okay to call him King Prawn. It's not harassment or anything, because he's got his... He's a prawn, see? You look... The whole meme is that Friendlyjordies said that he looks like a prawn, and then he embraced the meme. And I think that's cool. So he said, statement, due to legal reasons, our content on the Deputy Premier of New South Wales has had to be removed. Consequently, we will not be commenting further on this platform or on air about the matters now before the courts. It is very heavy-handed. I do think that John Barilaro, I think that he's taking things like... I think he's probably approached Marcus Paul in the morning, or Marcus Paul, and will say, not personally, obviously, but like saying that, okay, yeah, remove it or we're going to sue you. And I forgot to mention that John Barilaro is also suing Google. He is suing Google for refusing to take down the videos of Friendlyjordies. You know, that's stupid. If anyone follows 20 fucking Wax, does anyone here follow 20 fucking Wax? Karen from 20 fucking Wax? No. Hopefully she comments on this thing. I have left a comment asking if she has heard about the situation. So hopefully she says that John Barilaro deserves 20 fucking Wax. Hopefully, but fingers crossed, eh? Anyway, so yeah, this seems like John Barilaro is trying to sue Marcus Paul as well. I can't comment for certain on it, and yeah, this is like a legitimate thing against free speech. Like, you see, I will disagree with you if you say that the SJWs trying to cancel everyone as free speech, right? Is a problem with free speech. I'll disagree with you on that. But like this kind of thing where you've got a high-ranking official trying to sue people because it amounts to they don't like what's being said, right? And I can get that. I can get if there's a slight error with what someone's reporting on, right? But like, if there is a slight error, that's not something to sue over, right? Like if I say right, let's use FTFE as an example. Let's pick on FTFE, right? What's something I can say about FTFE that is if I say that FTFE is slightly, like if I say that FTFE is very overweight, right? He used to be quite overweight. In fact, I go back to one of the old videos that I started, and I was thinking, yeah, he was overweight, quite overweight. Now, nowadays that's not so true, right? And like he might be. I don't have access to his scales. I do not have access to FTFE scales, so I can't tell you if he's very overweight or even if he is overweight at all. But that sort of statement, if FTFE were to then sue me for saying that he's very overweight, oh yeah, or something like FTFE's mother dresses him funny. Well, if I said that and FTFE were to sue me, right, and I get the feeling some people might clip me and send that to FTFE so that he can sue me. If I say something like that, then that's not reason. That isn't really a reason for FTFE to come sue me? And I don't think that he's going to sue me because I think we're friends, right? This is scary. Like, people are going to send this to FTFE, I get the feeling, and he's going to say, look, I'm suing you now. He did actually... I did actually use his intro once. Or his outro? One of the two. And he said, I'm suing you for that. Jokingly, obviously. But if you were to actually sue me for that, that would be going overboard, like free use and that stuff. But yeah, anyway, when it comes to reporting on something, if you get a fact kind of wrong, and it's just one fact, then that's not much to sue someone over. Now, I do get the facts, like, I do get the idea of suing someone because they repeatedly get the facts wrong. So, like, if someone repeatedly skews the information to suit a narrative, then I can understand that, right? Especially if it leads to, I don't know, a lot of harassment against someone. Then I can get people suing for that. But if it's just like a couple of cases, or journalists report this story, they don't become the story. Okay, from Boomer from Black Rod says, we had a Queensland Premier named Joe Belke Petersen who started, I don't know how to pronounce it, who started a revolution in the 70s. Okay. Well, I didn't know that you guys had any revolutions. There's probably a few revolutions in New Zealand that I... Oh, there was the Emu Revolution. How'd that go? I'm allowed to give us... Like, New Zealanders and Australians are allowed to give each other shit. Yeah, like... Alex Jones, you can absolutely sue him. Right? Alex Jones, like, I think the Sandy Hook people can absolutely sue him. I do have a video that I'm thinking of making, like a short video essay sort of kind of thing, basically talking about Streisand effect. Yes, talking about the Streisand effect, talking about friendly Geordies. I won't go into all the depth of what we're going into today because it's more focused on the Streisand effect. People like Alex Jones, cancel. There'll be a few things about cancelling. I have very controversial opinions on cancelling. I think that everyone loves cancelling, except for like a few people that don't like cancelling. And yeah, I like. Here's the thing: the left loves to cancel, the right loves the left cancelling, and then there's some people on the left that think that the left shouldn't cancel people on the left. And I am one of those people that I see the point in cancelling, but here's the thing, like I don't think that it's good to cancel people in your own group unless they've done something like egregious, like let's say Jimmy Dore types. I think it's okay to cancel Jimmy Dore. Yeah, opinion isn't news. I do agree. Oh yeah, Alex Jones gets out of lawsuits claiming he's doing character same as Tucker Carlson, right? Like, Tucker... Well, no, it's more of... They claim that no rational person would believe the stuff that Tucker Carlson says. But the thing is, people believe it, right? Like, we're using this idea of rational people. But yeah, I have controversial opinions on cancelling. I think that there is use to cancelling, but I don't think that it's... Cancel, yeah. Easy solution. But yeah. Also, I was surprised when this is a side note, I was surprised when this got up to like... It's almost nearly at 1 million views. Like, if everybody in my audience went and watched this, it would get to 1 million views. Yeah. So I have controversial opinions on cancelling. Now, on to... Hiith. That's the next thing. Alright, so I need to apologise to anyone that thinks that Hiith is... Because sometimes I'll use a clip of Hiith in my videos. I need to apologise to everyone that thinks that Hiith is returning. Because I use this clips. Wasn't the oh yeah, like no rational person would believe the things that Sidney Powell was saying. Tucker and Powell's the irrational. Are we like? I don't know if rational should be the standard these days for like claiming defense. Like no rational person would believe this. Okay, I guess like America is full of irrational people. Like what's the bar for rational? Oh, geez, like, well, we know that some, like maybe that's like how people that push anti-vax stuff can be viewed. Like they say, oh, we're anti-vax, but no rational person would believe that. By default, we're not rational. Crazy. That could be Andrew Wakefield's. So anyway, so there's this clip that I've had on my computer for ages, right? And like people, when I play this clip, people seem to believe that they seem, oh, this must be in 24 frames per second, because I kind of get how the thing works. Like 0000 means frames 0 to. Anyway, so that's slight aside. Anyway, people seem to believe that I've gotten in, or might believe, I don't know. This. It appears that they believe that I've gotten in contact with Hiith to get these clips. No, this is just the same clip from time and time again. Like, I'm going to play the entire thing.
Ahoy hoy, I'm Hiith, and Planar Walk is actually my clone. For those who've been saying that we are the same person, I, for one, can't even do the Australian accent because I wasn't raised by Wolfie 6020.
He does it a couple times. So
I'm Hiith, and those of you who've been saying that I am Planar Walk, that is not true. But Planar Walk is me. He's my clone. I can't even do the Australian accent because I wasn't raised by Wolfie 6020. Ahoy hoy, Planeswalker here. I'm sorry, I can't do the accent. Reality is, I am not this Planeswalker guy. He is actually me, because he's my clone. Sure, he's a clone made by NASA for the purpose of shilling NASA, but I can't, as you can see, I can't even do his accent, because I wasn't raised by Wolfie 6020. That's gonna have to be good enough.
So yeah. That is from ages ago. Yeah, he's got. Has it been a year now? Let me search. Yes. Yep. It's been a year. Wow. He could have done better than me, like on YouTube. Like, well, he was doing better than me. Now he's gone. I think that everyone would love him to come back. Like, I don't know what's happened to him. I should probably send him an email, see if like he's still around, because it'd be fun to, like, even if it's just for like a single video. I think that'd be fun to get him, like, even if it's like a joke video, because I have a few videos that I want to get out, like exposing Ranty. That's a video that's coming out. I'm going to be exposing Ranty and Seek Truth, Speak Truth. Still need to record it though. I need to get their involvement. But yeah, I don't know what Hiith, where Hiith has gone. I have not contacted Hiith. Well, I've tried to contact Hiith a while back, but didn't respond on Discord. But yeah, that's one of the things where just because I play this clip doesn't mean that he's going to return. Like, maybe if I play this clip enough, he will return. Maybe if enough people go over to his channel and bother him. Maybe he's lost his password to his channel. That might be a possibility. Maybe he doesn't upload because he can't upload. Anyway, anyway, that's that. Also, whilst we're here, whilst we're talking about Hiith, let me go to let me grab this. Alright, so I'm not doing things in the order that the title is in, because this is like a really short one. Anyway, wrong thing. Firefox, here we go. Anyway, here we go. So, people... Oh, so I love the response. Yeah, maybe if you clap your hands, you'll return. Anyway, I love the response to this. So this is something that happened recently. And hey, I wouldn't actually mind doing a video like this, right? If people want me to do a video... I mean, I streamed on Twitch like this, so... So this is something that happened. What do people think? I love the response that people gave to this. Yeah, I became a Catgirl. And I think I pull it off pretty well. I have a mirror. Oh, it's over there. But yeah, I think I pull off a pretty good Catgirl. I did notice, like, I think it was later on that the heel was around the wrong way, so I had to sort of do the hair a bit better, but, you know, that happens. Yeah, but you have Tinfoil Hatter saying, looking fabulous, Mr. 42 saying approved, Lambda Complex saying, Planet Walk be looking kind of cute though, no homo though. Now Opinion going, nya nya. Just Ivy saying, nah, look better. Well, that's easy when you're 2D. And NZ Pure saying, how much piss have you drunk tonight? I actually hadn't drunk anything. When I did that. You'd date that for $50 US. I mean, if there was a girl that looked like this, I wouldn't mind dating her. Where is the leather thought? The leather... You mean the leather though? I didn't have any leather on. I mean, I suppose this counts as leather. I mean, it's not really leather though. It's like fake leather, if anything. I got it for like $2. Yeah, I'm sober. Like, and I still like I bought this when sober. You're saying Fox girls are better, still better? Hey, I'm more of a cat girl person, but hey, yeah, you do you. Yeah, I actually had to use a little. I actually had to use a little bit of ingenuity or something. I had to buy because one of these collars didn't fit around my neck, right? I had to get 2 collars and just connect them. I had to also... So with this collar here, I've shortened it down so that this collar can be threaded through it. And I didn't want it to be too tight around the neck. Let me... Hold on. It's easier to do this with a mirror. Where is it? I think it was through... No need for FTFE to enhance that photo. Oh, I sent the... Yeah, so... Even like this... There we go. Partial Catgirl now. Oh, I just don't have the makeup on, which is why I can't go full Catgirl. Yeah, so even like this, and like let's get the other. I got some of my hair stuck in this. I think it's because of the glue that there's some hair stuck in it. Let me see if I can get the hair out. Like, cause it's glued on whilst it was on my head, so some of the glue obviously got stuck. Close enough, anyway. Yeah, but oh shit. No strangulation. Yeah, I'm not. Here's the thing: I'm not big into BDSM, so I think I had it behind my ears. Did I? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, let me switch over. There we go. Let me switch over to camera. So yeah. Oh, let's take off the headphones for a second. So yeah. Well, also I parted it down the middle rather than down the side. So that is, and I also had a little bow, in case you're wondering. Yeah, the bow was. I had to stick the bow on from like another thing that I got. So it's like the bow works. I might get a better set of cat ears at some point. But hey, if you want that, let me know. If you want more videos, or if you want videos where I am a cat girl, then let me know. I might make it a character or something. It will be something where cat boys will win. But I want to be a cat girl. Like cat girls look better in my opinion than cat boys. I think I look better in this photo. Like I think I look pretty in this photo. I think I look pretty. Why did Boomer from Black Rod say Tom? Anyway, let's talk about UFOs. Alright, so, now I want to give my opinion on Mademoiselle saying more. Yeah, I'll have to do a video. I got ideas for videos when I become a cat girl, but like, I mean, if I could give some advice, like, here, before we move on, here's my advice. Guys, become a cat girl. Maybe you want an Alice in Wonderland flat earth theme. Oh, that... Good idea, Kenny. I might actually do that. But, like, here's the thing, alright? Seeing as there's not a lot of people in this live stream, I'm going to give a bit of advice to any guys that... I also did my nails, but it's kind of faded now. Time will do that. Anyway, so here's my advice for any guys. Girls, don't worry. You can, like, girls have the choice when it comes to dating. Anyway, so guys, if you want to, now I cannot confirm this, but it seems like there might be some legitimacy. If you want to have better luck with girls, whether it be on dating apps, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. In the sense here. Right? Where I've become a cat girl. Don't be afraid to become a cat girl. Right? Don't be afraid to put on nail polish. Don't be afraid to put on makeup. Right? I'm not a big fan of the dots here. I didn't put on my own makeup there, but if I had, I wouldn't put on those dots. And I'm thinking about getting my own makeup set. Because, I feel like girls... Well, I actually know that there are some girls that are definitely into this, right? And, if you want to maybe post a photo of yourself as a cat girl. It can be either hit or miss. And here's the thing. What was I going to say? Here's the thing, like, firstly, it shows that you're confident. If you're willing to post a photo like this, sober, I have to clarify that, if you're willing to post a photo like this sober, then it shows you've got some kind of confidence. I mean, even if you post it when you're drunk, I mean, drunk confidence is a thing, but, you know. I was sober when I posted this. But if you've got a picture of yourself as a Catgirl on Tinder or whatever, I was banned from Tinder, that's a different story, you know, yeah, you do you. Yeah, I'll do me. I am seriously considering an Alice in Wonderland Flat Earth debunk video. Yeah. Now, I do get that some guys prefer to show how manly they are on Tinder or what's the other ones? Bumble. But, like, yeah, like, don't be afraid to show your feminine side. And, yeah, sure, there'll be some girls that will be like, why would you be a cat girl? Why would you do that? I want a manly man. And, yeah, there'll be girls like that, but there will be some girls that'll be like, he looks kind of cute as a cat girl. Swipe right, and you get to talking. How do you get banned? Okay, so how do I get banned from Tinder? I said to the person that I wouldn't talk much about them on stream. Or on video. I'll just say that I got reported. Right? It was a bullshit report, but that's what happened. I got reported. The report was some bullshit, and so they banned me. They didn't even give me a, like, here's the thing, Tinder didn't even give me a notification, right? And I know who did it as well. I'm not going to give them hate. Yeah, but yeah, like, I don't hate them for it. Like, Tinder is not the greatest dating app. How to get banned at I should probably. I wouldn't mind having a chat to Arwen. I feel like Arwen could be nice to chat to, right? Like if we could get Arwen on the show, and here's the thing, doesn't have to be a chat about Flat Earth. And like I'd certainly try and be kinder than like Nathan is to Arwen. Like, isn't Arwen like the punching bag of Nathan's show? If I'm correct, like, isn't, I may be wrong, but I think Arwen is a punching bag of Nathan's show. And I just realised something. I was wrong about the thing being 24 frames per second. It was probably 29 frames per second. Because it's 50 seconds long, not 100. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, but that's how I got banned from Tinder. They didn't even warn me. And they don't have any appeals process. So if you don't like someone, you can just get them banned from Tinder. You're not allowed to make a second account. Although, I mean, if you've got a second phone, I don't have a second phone though. I'm too poor to afford a second phone. Like, eventually I will get a new phone, and this will basically be my backup phone, and I might get a SIM card for this, but for the time being, don't really have the money to buy a brand new phone. I mean, sure, it'll be like a few $100s. Like, this is a Galaxy A10. I like cheap phones. Well, relatively cheap. I don't know what the next phone I'd get is. I like phones that have a decent screen size though. One of the annoying things about this though is like the cut out for the little camera. Now, phones need a camera, but I liked the way that it was before. Although, like, it is annoying when you decide, okay, I'm going to enlarge the video for Simon. I'm going to enlarge Simon Dan's video on YouTube because it's meant to be ultra widescreen, but it has 2 black bars. Alright. And then you got like this thing that extrudes out from the side. So yeah. But the lesson learned is be a cat girl. Right. That's the lesson. Especially if anyone's just joining us. Anyway, on to UFOs. Alright, so when it comes to UFOs, firstly, I should state that I believe that there are aliens in the universe. I do. I can't prove that there are aliens in the universe. It is just a belief that I have based on statistics, really. Now, I actually do wonder if, like, dark energy is actually from, like, aliens going faster than light. Like, imagine if the expansion of the universe was actually caused by beings traveling faster than light, and that's why the universe is accelerating. The expansion of the universe is accelerating. That'd be an interesting hypothesis. Anyway. So, I think that aliens are out there somewhere. I mean, we can't be the only life in the universe, right? There has to be some kind of intelligent life out there. Now, whether they can travel to other planets, I'd like to think that they can. Like, if aliens can travel to other planets, then we can travel quite quickly around the universe, then that gives hope that we will one day be able to travel to other planets as a species. Yeah, universal climate change. That would actually be an interesting hypothesis. It really would. Like, once we solve climate change, because here's the thing, like, if faster than light travel is accelerating the expansion of the universe, then the question is, how many aliens are using faster than light travel, and how are you going to get all of them to come together and say, look, we've got to stop using faster than light travel. It's sending us to our doom. But yeah, so when it comes to aliens, I think that they're out there somewhere, and I'd like to think that they can travel around the universe at will, especially travel from galaxy to galaxy. Like, imagine if there's aliens that have been between 2 different galaxies. Define intelligent life form in relation to flat earthers. Yeah, like everything. Like, if intelligent life form, like if we say that flat earthers are just under the intelligent life form thing, then that means that pandas are an intelligent life form. I mean, nothing against pandas. But, like, yeah. That is a good point. Like, maybe to explore the universe, like, humans have curiosity about what's out there. Anyway, so the thing is, I don't believe that aliens have been visiting Earth. I don't. Maybe they have once, but, like, it would be selfish to think that we're... Yeah. Yeah, so when it comes to aliens, like, at best you can say that they... Like, imagine this, like, aliens existed, like, 1 million years ago. They passed by Earth. And it's the same as any other planet, right? That has life in it, has life on it. It's like, oh yeah, this is a planet with life. Why would they come back? I mean, it's one of them things where, yeah, maybe they might come back occasionally, check out, but, like, if they're surviving for like 100,000 years, they've probably found other planets that are worth going, okay, this one developed intelligent life too. I guess Jesus doesn't exist. Whatever the alien version of Jesus is. But yeah, like, I don't think that they visited Earth. Well, they could have. I haven't ruled it out as a possibility. Like, yeah, it is possible that aliens have visited Earth, right? It is very possible. If you assume that aliens exist and you assume that fast light travel is a thing, like, yeah, it's possible. But I don't think there's no evidence supporting it, right? And I certainly don't think that aliens built the pyramids. I mean, come on, aliens building the. Like, what? You think that aliens are just going to be like, what if we stack some rocks on top of each other? Dude. Yeah. Like, that's going to fuck with them in the future. Like, they're going to think that, like, their own species couldn't do this because we did it with our alien craft. And so they're going to be so confused. I hope they don't figure it out that it was aliens, though. I mean, hey, if aliens built the pyramids, those aliens must have a sense of humor. Our space aliens have been here once in 14-meter flat Earth. Turned marking uses having no intelligent life. Yeah, that's what happened. That's why we haven't seen it. That's why aliens don't want to be competition with other species, clans, splitting territories. Yeah, maybe. Like, yeah, there's all kinds of reasons why aliens might want to visit different areas. But, like, you think about it. Like, it would be very difficult to get off, your planet, right? I mean, humans are having a trouble time getting off this rock. Can you imagine aliens trying to get off another rock? Right? Before, whatever, to, avoid extinction or whatnot. Like, first, you got to think about food. Right? Like, it could be a long time before Mars is habitable. Or even the moon. Right? Like, I know NASA is trying to set up a moon base on the moon, but, it's going to be a while before we manage to do that. And making it self-sufficient, it's going to be very difficult. So, yeah, it's going to be. And I mean, traveling faster than light is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult, right? I mean, a warp drive, I do want to see them. Now, here's the thing. UFOs. People are saying, like, here we've got this article by Vox saying, UFOs are real and sightings are too, according to, and I'm saying, assuming that it's going to say, according to the Pentagon. Alright? Now, I don't doubt that UFOs are real. Alright? As long as there have been flying objects, UFOs have been real probably on Earth, right? I mean, we've got stories of angels. Angels are probably I don't doubt that there are some people that have seen angels and thought, huh? Or no, not seen angels, seen a UFO and gone, huh? That's an angel, right? Our bodies could not handle. Maybe, like, if you do like a warp drive thing where it's where you compress the stuff, it's like you're going slow, but you're also going fast. Anyway, anyway, yeah, UFOs are real as long as you do not identify them. I hate how people, yeah, angels, yeah, like they think they see a UFO, like a bird or something. They're like, oh, I don't know what that is. It must be an angel. Anyway, like, yeah, UFOs are real, like, but that doesn't mean that they're aliens. Every aircraft was switched off, right? Yeah, it's a UFO. So I think that it's one of them things where people are assigning too much meaning to it. They think that just because a UFO exists, right, that it's an alien. And, like, there's this one here in particular, right, where I think, like, was it Thunderfoot that talked about? I think Thunderfoot. I saw a video last night by Edward Current, and I don't know. Edward Current does some good stuff, where he explains how this is probably just a balloon traveling like 40 knots. And so, yeah, like, just because that something is unidentified and flying doesn't mean that it's an alien, right? Now there are these things like here that personally I don't know what this is. Could be a number of things. Like could be like a speak on a could be like something that got on the camera. You never know. I don't think that means that it's an alien though. I really don't. Gina knows that birds are alien. Yeah. I don't think that... Like, there's a lot of these things where people are saying aliens. But I don't think it's necessarily the case. I think that... I think that to call something an alien, you got to have a decent amount of evidence. A balloon and 40 knots of wind could have a speed... Yeah, exactly. So, just because you see a UFO doesn't mean that it's an alien, right? Just because you see this here doesn't mean that it's a flying saucer. Right? Can we just all agree on that? Like, yeah, aliens might exist in the universe, but there's no reason to use the alien... It's basically the God of the Gaps argument, but for aliens, right? We can't explain this thing, so therefore aliens. Same as God of the Gaps. Like, you could say that this is Jesus reincarnated, and it would have as much validity as saying that it's aliens. Like, this could be, like, Jesus coming down from the sky. And, I mean, yeah, it kind of, like, if you tilt your head, kind of, it looks like Jesus. It does look like a switchback, but it also looks like Jesus. Like, tilt your head a bit, it's kind of like Jesus. Like, maybe he's doing, like, a thing. And he's like floating down from the sky. Or this one here, you got it's winged Jesus. And he's just coming down to see, like, he's got big wings and just coming down to see, like, oh yeah, you humans are being safe. Sniffer aliens and yeah, exactly. Like, you could easily say that this is just a Jesus sighting. imagine that. Like, start seeing Jesuses everywhere. Like, he doesn't just appear on your toast and in your dog's butthole. He appears like as aliens. Like, hey, it's as much validity as aliens, right? Jesus UFOs. Oh, I love that idea. Might make a video. Anyway, what was the next thing that I was going to go on about? Flat Earthers. I mean, I've talked about Flat Earthers a little bit, but I mean, I suppose. Cool. Oh, it's Casper the... Yeah, obviously. Casper the... It's now ghosts. And... I can do like the Super Groove thing. Did anyone see the video I did on FTFE's channel? Played bit of Super Groove. If you're New Zealander, you know what that is. If you're not, then yeah. Anyway, Flat Earthers, like, what are they saying? We've got... Okay, so... Let me go to the comments section of my channel. Alright. I see to say tic tac shape Jesus. Ah, you retracted the message. Yeah, so we got people. Oh yeah, so first off, like, look at some comments. Like, so truth is hashtag truth is treason, not just truth is treason. We've got a hashtag in there. So saying anyone who uses emotion to push their viewpoint clearly doesn't think clearly, but thinks overly deeply, and their mind is scattered and confusing. Ken will win every debate because he is speaking truth. Ken is not speaking truth. Like, here's the thing. Like, I have a lot of people that I have a lot of comments in my comment section that say that Ken, in support of Ken, right? Because I've got 2 videos on Ken Wheeler. First is one that I did with AB Science, and they're all hating on me. I actually wonder, I'll probably be able to scroll down a few bit and find it. And then there's this one, which Ken Wheeler versus Nathan Oakley, right? Except it was just a Ken Wheeler fan. Still, like, Nathan is wrong and Ken is wrong. You can have 2 people that are wrong that disagree with each other. I mean, it'd be like Q and Alex Jones, right? Their feud. They're both wrong. They're just different kinds of wrong. So, a video of Wolfie shooting. Yeah, we got Wolfie fighting UFOs. I do like this comic though. I want to see Peace Dealer and his flappy arms debate flat earth, astrology, and star movement with M. Benz and his flappy arms. Maybe we can convince him to go back to It's Just One Time, LOL. I have actually spoken with M. Benz recently. Wasn't like on a voice call or anything. It was just like in a live chat of a video. And it wasn't about flat earth either. No, it was about video games. Because, you know, M. Benz likes video games. You know, you can talk with... I don't think M. Benz is a flat earther anymore. But, you know, you can talk with flat earthers about things that aren't... Or ex-flat earthers about things that aren't flat earth. I think he's embarrassed to be a... yeah. This Beardy Bard person says, people really overestimate technology in the government. Just look at how easy it is to find your home on Google Maps. I mean, it is quite easy. But, I mean, people still overestimate it. I mean, that would be... I'm not sure what that's what point that's making, but yeah. Oh, and we've got Damien McAlpine saying, my name is Andrew Ryan and I have a question. I'm not sure who Andrew Ryan is. Let's do that. Memory says, haha, another funny YouTuber, but really, stop being naive sheeple. It thinks everyone online is pranking or scam artists. At least you could research about it. Just read these 3 articles and decide for yourself why you have to vaccinate an entire population for a virus that kills 0.01%. Yeah, it's beyond belief. But welcome to the real world. This is not new. You're a big part of a big family, and there are some powers that run and control this game. Without that, it would be chaos. I'm not positive or negative about it, but it exists, and this is a global plan that have failed before, but it doesn't matter if you wake up and realize this or call it a conspiracy theory and continue your simple life, but at least you could use your brain and read a little and read their own scientific articles about how it works. Then decide to make a joke about it or go back to sleep. Most people, okay, what's this Engineered protein crystals make cells magnetic. Okay. Okay, if cells could... Alright, let's Okay, yeah. Alright, let's read a science article. If scientists could give living cells magnetic properties, they could perhaps manipulate cellular activities with external magnetic field. But previous attempts to magnetize cells by producing iron-containing proteins inside them have resulted in only weak magnetic forces. Now researchers reporting in ACS's nanoletters have engineered genetically encoded protein crystals that can generate magnetic forces many times stronger than those already reported. The new area of magnetogenetics seeks to use genetically encoded proteins that are sensitive to magnetic fields to study and manipulate cells. Many previous approaches have featured a natural iron storage protein called a ferritin, which can self-assemble into a cage that holds as many as 4,500 iron atoms. But even with this large iron storage capacity, ferritin cages in cells generate magnetic forces that are millions of times too small for practical applications. To drastically increase the amount of iron that a protein assembly can store, Kui and colleagues wanted to combine iron binding ability of the ferritin with the self-assembly properties of another protein called Inkabox PAC4CAT that can form huge spindle-shaped crystals inside cells. The researchers wondered if they could line the hollow interiors of the crystals with ferritin proteins to store large amounts of ions that would generate substantial magnetic forces. Alright. To make the new crystals, the researchers fused genes encoding ferritin and Inkabox PAC4CAT and expressed the new protein in human cells in a petri dish. So the resulting crystals, which grew to about 45 microns in length or about half the diameter of a human hair, after 3 days did not affect cell survival. The researchers then broke open the cells, isolated the crystals, and added iron, which enabled them to pull the crystals around with external magnets. Alright, so... yeah, that would be fun, like, to pretend you have the force. That would be fun. Anyway, so... Alright, so this goes in with the this combines with the conspiracy that... Oh, jeez. That stupid conspiracy where they say that it's altering your DNA. Obviously, that's what they're... Anyway, it says, however, they're unable to magnetize... Oh, okay. Okay, so firstly... They had... Oh wait, each crystal contained about 5 billion iron atoms and generated magnetic forces that were 9 orders of magnitude stronger than ferritin cages. By introducing crystals that were preloaded with iron to living cells, the researchers could move the cells around with a magnet. Alright, so firstly, I don't know if the iron in the cells is magnetized. Right? Or is magnetic. Right? So, the way that things work, and I explained this in my video, the way that magnetism works, and I explained this in my video, is you've got a couple of types of magnets. I have a knife here. Oh, my knife is stainless steel. This is made of steel, so I use this knife to... Don't worry about the knife. I used it to... I use it for this, to help... to poke holes in this collar. Anyway, so... And to get some of the, these things out so that it wasn't me. Anyway, so... You got two types of magnetism. Or two types of magnets, right? You got permanent magnets, which are... Well, you actually got, like, more than that, but we're going to stick with two. So you got permanent magnets, and then you've got... And then you got magnets that are only... you got magnets that are only magnetic when you apply when you put a magnet against them. Oh, and you got electromagnets as well. So, alright, so permanent magnets will. So, for example, iron. If I apply a magnetic field to it, I can turn it into a magnet, right? Like when I apply a magnetic field to this knife, if I have do I still have this? No, I didn't. I have a magnetic thing over here though. Stuck. Give me a second. There we go. Alright, so. Oh, it's not as magnetic as I thought it would be. Anyway. Or if I. Here we go. It's very. There. Oh, there we go. Anyway, so it magnetizes it. Alright, so if you put something into a magnetic field, it magnetizes it. So just because the iron has capacity for being magnetic, doesn't mean that it is generating a magnetic field, right? So if you are trying to stick something to yourself because you think you've got iron in you, I mean, we have iron in our bodies already in the form of hemoglobin, right? And that's not magnetic. And would be pretty horrible if it was. And yeah. Anyway. And it doesn't really turn it into a magnet, just acts as a field concentrator, like a magnetic lens. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Basically aligns all these spins. From what I've heard, it aligns the spins a bit better of the molecules. That's what I understand. Don't take everything that I say as gospel because I can be wrong about things, but that's my understanding. So I do have to just preempt that. Is that the spins cause things to be magnetic, right? So if spins are pointing all in different ways, then the magnetic field is cancelled out. If they're pointing in similar ways, then you've got a magnetic field. That's a pretty standard way of that's essentially what I understand. Hemoglobin is diamagnetic. Okay. But it's not like you're not going to be able to attach it. Like I'm not going to be able to attach a thing to my hand and say, "Oh, the hemoglobin in my blood is," it's not going to. All right. So that's the first thing. All right. So if you're attaching like keys to yourself because you think you think that the vaccine is making your cells have iron in it, which you think it's putting iron in your cells, making your body magnetic. Like that's there's a number of reasons why that's wrong. Firstly, all iron atoms are unmagnetized. Crystal splits are in. Oh yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at, right? Right now, there's a few things that you got to note about this, right? Firstly, it says that they were unable to magnetize the cells by adding iron to crystals already going in cells, right? Essentially, what they had to do, and I mean, you could try and make this argument, but now you could try and make the argument that you inject yourself with one Pfizer vaccine and then you inject yourself with a second Pfizer vaccine which contains the crystals, but with iron, But the research here, they had to add iron into the crystals, and then put them in the cells. Right? They weren't able to grow cells with iron in them, with iron crystals in them. They had to have crystals that had iron in them, and then put them into the cells. That, like... And you had... How do you put them into cells? What does it say? Yeah, they broke open the cells. Like how's it doing that to your body? Diamagnetic fields are materials are repulsed by magnetic. Okay. So if the vaccine were giving you magnetic powers, then it would repulse your blood. Simple. This does not support the argument that the vaccine is making people magnetic. And secondly, how much is it? Like, where are you getting this extra iron from? Right? How are you getting iron to put... have they tested the vaccine to see if it has any iron? Like tiny little needles. Yeah, it's just stupid. What you've done, if you believe that this is proof that the vaccines are making people magnetic, you have just read the headline and said, okay, this proves my point. You have not read the actual article and thought critically about it. And it says that each crystal contained about 5 billion iron atoms and generated magnetic forces that were 9 orders of magnitude stronger than single ferritin cages. I actually... I wonder how... Okay, firstly, we're going to... Firstly, we need to consider how... weight of iron atom. $55 times Avogadro's constant. Okay, so that's shit. No, I wanna go. Hold on, let me think. That's how that would be like. We'd have 55 grams. Hold on. Oh, divided by Avogadro's constant. Divided by Avogadro's constant times 5 billion. Okay, so we've got 4.63680619 times 10 to the negative 13. I think that's it. Anyway, 5 billion iron atoms. That's not really a lot. Vaccines could be able to change your DNA. I want to be a furry or get... Okay. Roll Kenny, this is just for you. Hold on. I saw this a while back. Where is it? This is a while back. I thought it was more recent than this, right? Nah, it was a long time ago. It's about. Hold on. Search from theme has image. Yeah, like here's the thing. Why don't they use a compass? Like compasses are sensitive to magnetic fields. I'd be able to, like, with this compass, right? I actually, if I put it vaguely close to like a magnetic, like I can have it like about half a meter away from my magnet, and it'll be affected by the magnet. Like, yeah, they should use compasses. Like, it's simple as that. Where is the image? Jeez. 4? Is it? So what? Okay. I'm seeing some really weird stuff. Don't judge me. That's a magic gathering. Surely I'm getting close. Some Flurfia. Surround a big magnet by 6-1. So opposite. Okay. Where is it? I want to dispel Royal Kenny's thing about. Please tell Hiith to make videos again. I can't really. Yeah. I can't really do that. Like, as mentioned in the video, like, I don't really have contact with them. Well, as mentioned earlier in the stream, like, I have a video which I keep reusing a bit from it because it's a great video. Great for adding content. Got inspirational quotes generated by an AI. Nerds. Fear, hate, drink, humanity. Why the heck not? Surely we're getting close. Here, here we go. Copy link. Alright, so this person, I think they were inquiring about, so this Matic Fox person, I think they were inquiring about being genetically modified to be a furry. And so this person says, in all seriousness, the fur would be harmless, but your dick would shrink, the tail could possibly kill you, your skull changing shape could also possibly kill you, and if it doesn't kill you, it'll just kill so many brain cells that you become retarded. Then you'd be a retarded furry. Don't be a retarded furry. No one wants it. Right. So yeah. That's why you shouldn't become a furry, Royal Kenny. This is... How long ago was this? 2017, so that explains the language. Anyway. So yeah. Essentially, what else is there? Oh, they've got Magneto... Oh, and also, remember, 5 billion cells. Right, what's... iron atoms. What's the magnetic properties of 5 billion atoms? Like, is it... I actually don't think that would be very magnetic at all. 5 billion atoms. What magnetic field would that generate? Grotch 2900 says, hello, what is your opinion about the flat earth cult? Is it noticeably dying out or getting stronger or getting stuck in their dog? Yeah, you can link something in chat. Should be able to. My opinions is that my opinion on flat earth is that it is dying out. Like, people, it's not so much that the belief is dying out, because like a lot of people are steadfast in their beliefs. It's more that people aren't interested by it anymore. Like, here's the thing, when flat earth first appeared, like, everyone was like, oh, look at all these people being so stupid. But then, like, after a while, people got bored of them, right? You know, stupid can only be entertaining for so long. Now people are moving on to Karens and stuff, right? So yeah. So anyway, genetically engineered magnetoprotein remotely controls brain and behavior. Alright, so this might be the... Researchers in the United States have developed a new method for controlling brain circuits associated with complex animal behaviors using genetic engineering to create a magnetized protein that activates specific groups of nerve cells from a distance. Understanding how the brain generates behavior is one of the ultimate goals of neuroscience, and is one of the most difficult questions. In recent years, researchers have developed a number of methods that enable them to remotely control specific groups of neurons and probe the workings of neuronal circuits. The most powerful of these is called optogenetics, which enables researchers to switch populations of related neurons on and off on a millisecond by millisecond timescale with pulses of laser light. Another recently developed method called chemogenetics uses engineered proteins that are activated by designer drugs and can be targeted to specific cell types. Although powerful, both of these methods have drawbacks. Optogenetics is invasive, requiring insertion of optical fibers that deliver light pulses to the brain, and furthermore, which extend the light to the extent to which the light penetrates the brain tissue is severely limited. Chemogenetic approaches that overcome both these limitations but induce biochemical reactions that take seconds to activate nerve cells. Okay. So both of them have their drawback. Obviously, the talk is talking about chemogenetics because it's not quite as invasive. That would be what the argument would probably be on. How long would it take? Connecting. Are we back? Looks like we're back. Okay. Hold on. Properties of this will... can we how do I... refresh. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. I'll also have to reload this. Reload the live streaming end. Alright, because... Power outage. Well, not power outage, but... tripped the... There's a breaker tripped. Did you put a mag on your computer, and do you not have it? Yeah, I don't have an SS... I have a hard drive on my computer, so... that's what I've got. Anyway. punishment for bringing up furries. Yeah. Alright, anyway. Now that we're back. Alright. Alrighty. The new technique developed in Ellie Griller's lab at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville and described an advanced online publication in journal Nature Neuroscience is not only non-invasive but can activate neurons rapidly and reversibly. Several earlier studies have shown that nerve cell proteins, which are activated by heat and mechanical pressure, can be genetically engineered so that they become sensitive to radio waves and magnetic fields by attaching them to an ion-storing protein called ferritin, or to ignore paramagnetic particles. These methods represent an important advance. They have, for example, already been used to regulate blood glucose levels in mice, but involve multiple components which have to be introduced separately. The new technique builds on this earlier work and is based on a protein called TRPV4, which is sensitive to both pressure and stretching forces. These stimuli open its central pore, allowing electrical current to flow through the cell membrane. This invokes nervous impulses that travel to the spinal cord and then up to the brain. Euler and his colleagues reasoned that magnetic torque or rotating forces might activate TRPV4 by tugging open its central pore, so that they used genetic engineering to fuse the protein into the paramagnetic region of ferritin, together with short DNA sequences that signal cells to transport proteins to the cell membrane and insert them into it. When they introduced a genetic construct into human embryonic kidney cells growing in petri dishes, it's always growing in petri dishes, and cells growing in petri dishes, isn't it? The cells synthesized the magnetoprotein and inserted it into the membrane. Application of a magnetic field okay. Activated the TRPV1 protein, as evidenced by transient increases in calcium ion concentrations within the cells, which were detected with a fluorescent microscope. Next, researchers inserted the magneto-DNA sequence into the genome of a virus together with the gene encoding green fluorescent protein and the regulatory DNA sequences that cause the construct to be expressed only in specific types of neurons. They then injected the virus into the brains of mice, targeting the entorhinal cortex, and then dissecting the animals' brains to identify the cells that emitted green fluorescence. Using microelectrodes, they then showed that applying a magnetic field to the brain slices activated magnetodes so that the cells produce nervous impulses. To determine whether magneto can be used to manipulate neuronal activity in live animals, they injected magneto into a zebrafish larvae, targeting neurons in the trunk and the tail that could normally control an escape response. They placed the zebrafish larvae into a specifically built magnetized aquarium and found that exposure to a magnetic field induced coiling maneuvers similar to those that occurred during the escape response. This experiment involved a total of 9 zebrafish larvae and subsequent analysis revealed that each larva contained about 5 neurons expressing magneto. In one final experiment, the researchers injected magneto into the striatum. Let's Google that. Hold on. How many times have I sneezed today? Striatum. Oh, so part in the brain. Okay, cool. That's going to be important. Freely behaving mice. A deep brain structure containing... it's there. I should just read it. Containing dopamine-producing neurons that are involved in reward and motivation, and then place the animals into an apparatus split into magnetized and non-magnetized sections. Dreaming, though. Having to restart my computer during the middle of a stream. Not good. Not good. There we go. I got to go to live dashboard where that is. Oh, just. Oh, there we go. Let's go live. Live streaming. It's hard to find the live dashboard. We'll get there. And Firefox is just like Firefox decided, okay, it's gonna update. And so I'm just waiting for that. Oh, and Discord is now coming up. Everything's starting up. Steam. Before we get, I should make a program that does the thing. Or should actually compile it to a program, should I say? Oh, this is voice mod. God damn it. This is annoying. Oh, we've got something. Firefox, why you take... Oh, okay. Reloaded everything. Nice. Thank you, Firefox. Okay. Okay, so Firefox has reloaded everything. We can continue where we left off. Alrighty. Oh, we've got to wait for this to load. And hopefully we get back to the viewership that we had before. Alrighty. Okay, so... Alright, so I think there's something around here. Alright, so... in one final experiment... I think I left off about here. In one final experiment, the researchers injected magneto into the striatum of freely behaving mice, a deep brain structure containing dopamine-producing neurons that involved in reward and motivation, and then placed the animals into an apparatus split into magnetized and non-magnetized sections. Mice expressing magneto spent far more time in the magnetized areas than the mice that did not, because activation of the protein caused striatal neurons expressing it to release dopamine, so that the mice found being in those areas rewarding. This shows that magneto can remotely control the firing of neurons deep within the brain and also control complex behaviors. Alrighty, so there's a few issues with this. With framing it that the vaccine will do this in humans. Did anyone notice where they injected this stuff? Does anyone know that? They've injected it into the brain. Right? In all cases, they put it in the brain. They injected it into the brains of mice. They injected it into the larvae, which, it's going to affect the brain. Oh, targeting neurons. That's where they injected it. Alright? So these people thinking that it's going to control their behavior because they get a Pfizer vaccine. Right? They just don't know. I'm just going to open up this. As well, so I can get my stream all back. Everything back on the stream. Alright? So, it's not as... And why isn't Discord opening? Yeah, it's not as big as people think. What's the last one? Come on, hit me with it. I'm actually gonna read your things. We've got to wait for this to load because it didn't actually load the page, it just loaded. Oh, we've got some flat earthers. We've got Geomate Journal. Research of opportunities for using iron nanoparticles and amino acids in poultry nutrition. Alright, the unique nanoparticles of drugs determine the broad practice of their application in medicine biology. These are the latest practices as seen in research and projects, pointing at the need for using iron-containing nanomaterials on treating cancer as a There we go. Oh, I should hit there. Okay. And we'll be able to. And we'll hit play. That should bring things up. It'll eventually come up. Alright. To stimulate. Meanwhile, along with the advantages of nanoparticles, the latter have a number of disadvantages, including the ability to produce reactive oxygen intermediate and to stimulate apoptosis. What's this? Okay, I'm not sure what they're referring to there. Intramuscular. I'm not... What does that mean? I'm googling a lot of words. Intramuscular. Deep into the muscles. Okay. Yeah, that would mean that it's not going to the brain. Which, you know, over here, you need it to go into the brain to control your thoughts. One of the solutions could be use of arginine. Wait, I think the use of nanoparticles is associated with kidney damage, which is caused by potential toxicity of nanoparticles for the renal tubules and glomeruli. In this regard, the use of nanoparticles in practice must be combined with the complex measures to mitigate effective negative effects associated with the use of ultrafine substances. One of the solutions could be arginine. Arginine is a non-essential amino acid that plays a role in cell division, healing of wounds, and immune fraction. Arginine is considered to be conditionally essential in inflammatory and oxidative stress. In the same time, arginine is one of the factors that regulate the growth of animals. The exchange of arginine is associated with the arrival of metal nanoparticles from outside. Earlier, the fact of arginine level increase in liver while feeding with iron nanoparticles was shown at the poultry's model. So, okay. Firstly, these two things here, they line up, right? They're essentially using very similar things to try and produce a result. Obviously, each of these, like, firstly, I don't think that these here, like, you just have to read it to realize, oh, you've actually got to cut open this, or open the cell, put your own crystals in, and then seal the cell back up in order to get it working, right? The crystals that they grow in the cell don't actually grow with iron, right? In them. So then you go over to this one, and that has some of the characteristics of this, but then you realize that, oh, you got to inject it into the brain, right? Then you go over to this, and it's just like nanoparticles. Put into the into whatever they think, right? And it's like, yeah, and what? Like, what? What's the? What do you have? What problem is there with this? It's nanoparticles. You think that they're gonna be let's Okay. Does it? Where does? Shit. Where does it? Ah. Okay, so I need more. Maybe in the abstract it mentions magnetism. The goal of the study is opportunity for combined use of iron nanoparticles with Argentine and other amino acids and poultry nutrition. The iron nanoparticles were obtained through high temperature condensation and have a size of 80 plus or minus 5 nanometers. The duration of the experiment on broiler chickens is 28 days. During the study of amino acids composition of poultry liver, there was an increase by 3.1 to 4.2% in the content of arginine when feeding nano iron into the period of 27 to 28 days in the experiment, and by 3 to 4.5 to 3.7 of amino acids with nano iron on day 7 of the experiment. Adding nano iron in poultry's diet is accompanied by an increased contents of no metabolites in the liver by 3.1 to 3.5%. The enrichment of food with nano iron helps to increase the iron concentration in the body of poultry by 5.3% during the experiment, when combined with arginine by 4.5%. Total pool of iron in the body has increased by 13% when combined with arginine, 14.6% amino acid completes 17.3%. Using nano iron and compound feed resulted in an increase of erythrocytes in blood with the additional feeding of amino acids. And with the additional feeding of amino acids, the increase was more significant. The most body weight of poultry at the end of the experiment is noted when combined with feeding nano iron and the complex of amino acids. The use of amino acids in feeding without the inclusion of nano iron is accompanied by an increase in the body weight by 6.1 to 9.4%. Again, that doesn't mention magnetism. Okay, let me bring that up. Show in folder. I want to open that with Firefox. Let me open it with Firefox. I don't want to open with Microsoft Edge. I'd rather... Okay, open with Firefox. There we go. Fact sheet for Sapienza. Okay. So it's just the what do you need to know? Yeah, it says who should not get the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. And if you have had a severe allergic reaction after a previous dose of this vaccine, had a severe allergic reaction to any ingredient of the vaccine. That's an interesting thing to point out, because they say, they're forcing everyone to have a vaccine, don't know if it's safe. It's like, no, if you have an allergic reaction to any of it, it's like you don't have to have it. You know? What are the ingredients? Okay. mRNA lipids. Potassium chloride, monopotassium phosphate, sodium chloride, Oh, salt. That's better. Dibasic sodium phosphate dihydrate and sucrose. It tells you the ingredients here. Jesus. And yeah, clinical trials. Oh, it says it's an unapproved vaccine. Why does it say that's unapproved? That's confusing. Why would it be unapproved? I'm confused about why it's unapproved. Yeah, they didn't update it. Wait, let me remove the... Oh yeah, May. Currently, there is no approved alternative. Okay. Oh yeah, emergency use authorization. Yeah, so... So yeah, there's, yeah. Like, this tells you what's in it. Like, this is speculation, right? This really is. You know, like, this is all just, like, these three things that this person here linked. So, they see, so it could be in any of these three or a mixture of them. It could be used for many things. With electromagnetic waves, you could activate it, or I don't know what they want to do with it in the future. Like you just have to look at the sources that they're linking. It's not the... It's not what they're saying it is. They think their sources say something that... Like, let me try and find... the magnetic... Yeah, so... The thing that they're saying about iron particles, it's more of, like, for imaging and stuff, right? Like, this doesn't... It's not saying what they're thinking it is. It's not like some... Like, why would they... Makes no sense why they would say that it... Like, with this, if this was a case, they could just list iron as a... on this here, under the ingredients. Like, they could just list iron here. But they don't. Because it's not in there, right? I mean, they've put things like sodium chloride, and people would say, salt? You put salt in the vaccine? Do you want me to eat the vaccine? I will not eat your vaccines! Ugh, stupid. Like, just... all it is just seeing what sticks, right? Seeing, like, okay, we've got this conclusion that the vaccines are turning people magnetic, right? What are some things that we can do to show that it's magnetic? And they link these articles here. You know? And you got... Anyway, on to more comments. Sunlight Descending says, I wish I could show my flat earther Trump-loving parents your videos, but I love them too much to hurt them. Hopefully they come round. Adam Adams says, "I'll jack of all trades, expert in none. I'll debate anyone about anything. Find something meaningful. I'll debate anyone about anything. I will. Like, if you want to debate me, I would rather people try and change my mind if I have got something wrong, right? Because I want to be as right as I can be, and I can be wrong about some things, right? I'm a human. Humans can be wrong about things. Oh, here we go. Here's something. We can only see the apparent horizon, never the actual horizon. Yet we're told we have measured the actual horizon. How? It seems the only way we could measure the actual horizon is by first assuming it exists, then doing maths around that assumption. That is not a scientific measurement. It's maths done around an assumption. I think this is what Nathan is trying to say. As far as measuring it with radio waves, can you provide a link to this actually being done? Yeah, I need to have sources on hand. I really do. I need to have a document which has sources for every little thing, so that when I say something, I can be like, okay, so yeah, this here is a thing. Anyway, so we don't have to first assume that it exists. We have to assume that it could exist, right? Then we have to go, okay, what is the information that we have about it from this particular image? And when it comes to the Black Swan, the information we have is that it is apparently behind the two oil platforms, but we also have this idea that it's, there's a lot of refraction there. So the refraction can obviously influence where the horizon appears. There's also, you got to consider these things. There's also the fact that we can measure where the horizon is. How do we? By going out to the horizon and taking photos, measuring the atmospheric conditions as well. And that is one way to figure out where the horizon is. Using the horizon for saying whether the Earth is flat or round is not a very good way to go about it, because refraction is a big thing, especially when you get closer to sea level. You got Lloyd. Hey, another Death Note fan. Hey. Oh, Ron Lindquist says, you need a new chair. Yeah. So, let me switch over to... There we go. So, yeah. If I stand up... Yeah, you can see that my chair is, pretty tattered. That happens, though, unfortunately. But I don't really... how much do chairs cost? They cost quite a bit, don't they? I don't really have the money for it. I said that I don't have the money for something else earlier, didn't I? So Jeffrey Itch says, don't bother. Why don't you produce your own content? I think that's because I think they're talking about me. It's okay, so the reason why I do response videos is because people watch them. That's the reason. People say, love you cats. Yeah. Everyone loves cats, I think. So, Birdie Num Num says, if you know anyone who believes in magnetic injections, please refer them to me. I have a bridge in Sydney Harbour I can sell them, plus a unique building unlike any other in the world they can move into immediately. Though they may have to kick out the pesky opera folk who tend to hang out there. Don't worry, I pay for referrals. Alright. Oh, someone says that they're getting their 5G magnetic shot the day after tomorrow. Wish me luck. That was Gus Spot. Alright, what else is there? The iron in blood is non-ferrous, so no amounts of vaccines can make you magnetic. And Scott Myers says, actually... Giant neodymium... Oh, this is an Action Lab video. Okay. So apparently blood can be attracted to neodymium. So yeah, this is blood. Why isn't it clotting? You'd think that it would clot. Oh, so it's pushed away. Is that because it's diamagnetic? I assume so. Oh, I don't have my volume. I don't have... I should probably go over here, just in case something comes up that shouldn't. Voice meter. Okay. Engine start. Alright.
Relatively a lot of iron in blood, there's not a lot of iron compared to the rest of the stuff in blood. For example, in my entire body, I have around only 4 grams of iron. That's only about 0.005% of the weight of my body. So it's a very low amount compared to the rest of the stuff in my body. And what's the rest of the stuff in the body made of? Mostly water. So let's see what happens to water when we put it next to this magnet. Okay, so I have my water here. Get my magnet. And it's about the exact same result.
Okay, so it's due to, mostly due to water. Yeah, I think it's mostly due to water, the whole thing with the, blood. Unless... Okay, go watch that if you want. Oh, I like the new Firefox things. All right. One person says, "I need some help. I got my second COVID vaccine 2 weeks ago, and I don't seem to get out of bed because of the metal frame. Some unprejudiced, conspiracy-minded person would need to help me. Haven't been outside for days already, and it's more or less a sarcastic." Oh yeah. What else is there? This person says, "I did not believe this until I tried it myself on 4 people." Could those people all be just sticky? Okay, what else is there? Oh yeah. Why would they put microchips in you to track you when most people carry around microchips? I saw one that had like a few things in it. I can't remember, like a few links. What? I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, like sometimes I forget to shave when doing the Karen character. Oh yeah, so Dr. Osiris says RFID chips can reach 200 meters. What? And that's like the longest that they can reach ever. Like that's and ugly German truth. So I actually saw in another comment section, Cult of Dusty's comment section says that's only true for active tags that do not rely on the incoming signal to power the outgoing transmission. So yeah, so I was just being very lenient, like even if they can. But I did mention like the smaller they are, the less range they have. I saw. All right, is there did I maybe miss the one? Yeah, I don't know if I probably went past it or something. If I did I respond? Maybe, yeah. Because yeah, like there were a couple of people that responded saying, "Oh, you need to do your research." Maybe I did. Maybe I need to turn comments on that I've responded to. Oh, App Construct. Maybe they were watching. Maybe they were watching the stream and responded. Oh, here we go. This person says, try doing some research. Alright. Alright, so magnetic nanoparticles. That's what we... Is this the same one that we read? Hold on. Stuart C. McBrien. No, it's a different one. Oh, it's magnetic nanoparticles. Okay. Alright, these particles may have... Basic premise is that therapeutic agents are attached to or encapsulated within a magnetic micro or nanoparticle. These particles may have magnetic cores with a polymer or metal coating which can be functionalized, which may consist of porous polymers that contain nanoparticles precipitated within the pores. By functionalizing the polymer or metal coating it is possible to attach, for example, cytotoxic drugs for targeted chemotherapy or therapeutic DNA to correct a genetic defect. Once attached, the therapeutic agent complex is injected into the bloodstream, often using a catheter to position the injection site near the target. Magnetic fields, generally from high-field, high-gradient rare earth magnets, are focused over the target site, and the forces on the magnetic particles as they enter allow them to be captured and extravasated at the target. While this may be effective for targets close to the body's surface, as the magnetic field strength falls off rapidly with distance, sites deeper within the body become more difficult to target. Some groups have recently proposed a way around this by implanting magnets near the target site within the body. Magnetic nanoparticle techniques can also be used for in vitro gene proliferation. In this case, high field, high gradient is positioned under the multi-well plate culture flask. So what this sounds like to me, right, is it sounds like what they're doing is they're injecting, well, no, not really injecting, but implanting magnets, right? Is that what it's proposing? Implanting magnets? Not injecting you with magnets, but implanting. Jeez. That's what it sounds like. I'd need more time to go through and read the entire paper, but... Oh, well, we've got conclusions. Through progress in clinical applications of magnetically targeted carriers has been slow since the first introduced in the 1970s. The potential for this technique remains great. Rapid developments in particle synthesis have enabled the use of new materials for efficient capture and targeting, and novel strategies are being developed for applying magnetic fields, which could lead to treatments for treatments for diseases such as cystic fibrosis and localized cancerous tumors. Though clinical trials are few, the results have been promising. While magnetic targeting is not likely to be effective in all situations, with further development, it should provide another tool for effective treatment of a variety of diseases. So yeah, this is just an attempt to see what sticks. Like, spions. Super paramagnetic nanoparticle delivery of DNA vaccine. Alright, so this is a little bit of what it was talked about in the last one as well. The efficiency of delivery of DNA vaccines is often relatively low compared to protein vaccines. The use of super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles to deliver genes via magnetofiction shows promising in improving the efficacy of gene delivery both in vitro and in vivo. What's in vitro? When something is performed in vitro, it usually happens outside of a living organism. Okay, so in vivo. Okay. Just had to make sure. Spions that have... Alright, in particular, the duration for gene transfer, especially in vitro applications, can be significantly reduced by magnetofiction compared to the time required to achieve high gene transfection with standard protocols. Spions that have been rendered stable in physiological conditions can be used as both therapeutic and diagnostic agents due to their unique magnetic characteristics. Valuable features of iron oxide nanoparticles in bioapplications include a tight control over their size distribution, magnetic properties of these particles, and the ability to carry particular biomolecules to specific targets. The internalization and half-life of the particles within the body depend on the method of synthesis. Numerous synthesis methods have been used to produce magnetic nanoparticles for bioapplications with different sizes and surface charges. The most common method for synthesizing nanometer-sized magnetite particles in solution by chemical of co-precipitations of iron salts. The co-precipitation method is an effective technique for preparing a stable aqueous dispersion of iron oxide nanoparticles. We describe the production of the magnetite, we'll call it, based spions with high magnetization values under 15 KOE. I'm not sure what that is. Of the applied magnetic field at room temperature with 0.01 something grams or something per gram. Reminiscence of our co-precipitation limitation method in the presence of trisodium citrate as a trisodium citrate as a stabilizer. Naked spions often lack stability, hydrophilicity, and the capacity to be functionalized. In order to overcome these limitations, polycatonic polymer was anchored on the surface of freshly prepared spions by a direct electrostatic attraction between negatively charged spions and the positively charged polymer. Oh yeah, mate. That could be what they're doing. They're trying to create a magneto army. Polyethylene was used to modify the spions to assist delivery of plasmid DNA into mammalian cells due to the polymer's extensive buffering capability through the proton sponge effect. Okay. I will admit, half of that went over my head. Alright. But I'm going to try and comment on what I understood. So it seems like there's putting small particles into the cells to try and small nanoparticles into cells, right? To try and help them, to try and help them get DNA things into the cells, right? I don't think that would be enough to make you magnetic, right? Like, just because magnetism works on like a small level doesn't mean that it works on a large level. And if they needed like this for the Pfizer vaccine, they'd just say so. They would just say so. Are we going to just forget that there's no iron in here? Like, they did. What else did they? What other things did they mention? Polyethylamine. We have polyethylene, but that's not polyethylamine. Yeah, whatever. No, we don't have that in the ingredients. Magnetic drug oh wait. The magnetoprotein. Oh, we've done this! Where are they getting it from? Who's giving these articles to the conspiracy theorists? Who's doing it? Who's giving conspiracy theorists articles that they don't even read? Someone's doing it. Someone's doing research and baiting the conspiracy theorists. Who is it? John, is it you? Alright. We're back to normal things. Magnetic forces enable controlled drug delivery by disrupting endothelial cell junctions. Something produces the vascular doesn't present a major transport barrier to drug delivery by only allowing selective extravasations of solutes and small molecules. Therefore, enhancing drug transport across the barrier has to rely on leaky vessels arising from disease states such as pathological and inflammatory response. Here's what we know about the permeability of the vascular endothelium. Here we show that the permeability of the vascular endothelium can be increased using an external magnetic field to temporarily disrupt endothelial adherence junctions through internalized iron oxide nanoparticles, activating the paracellular transport pathway and facilitating the local extravasation of circulating substances. This approach provides a physically controlled drug delivery method harnessing the biology of endothelial adherence junction, it opens a new avenue for drug delivery at a broad range of biomedical research and therapeutic applications. Okay, again, like this. Again, this is an external magnetic field. Do they not know what they see a headline. They don't read. The conspiracy theorists, they don't read. Jesus. Stop embarrassing yourself. Using an external magnetic field. Like here's the thing. Are you gonna... Are they injecting magnets or something? No, I don't think they are. If they were injecting magnets, the magnets would all stick together. That's what they would do. That's how magnets work. I am tempted to just bash this magnet to pieces, although I probably wouldn't have my... I might buy... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy a magnet, right? Donate to me on Patreon. Send me super chats to help with this process. I'm going to buy a magnet, and I'm going to bash the magnet to pieces. And when I bash it to pieces, I'm going to see what it turns into. I'll do this. I can guarantee you that it's going to clump together. Already. Right? I can guarantee you, if I were to smash this magnet into pieces, it would clump together. Jesus Christ, these people are dumb. It's not so much that they're dumb, it's more that they use the... It's not so much that they're dumb, it's more that they use the veneer of science, right? They pretend that they're scientific. They pretend like they've done their own research using the exact same magnetoprotein thing. Magnogenetics. This is the... Sounds like the... This sounds like the last one. This... Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Ellie... Gil... Okay. It's the same fucking... Oh! It's the same fucking study! Jesus! It's not anything new! Oh my god! I thought... It's the same thing. Like... They... Okay. There's 5 references. Let's calm down. I'm gonna calm down. Alright. There's 5 references. Alright. Yep. We're gonna calm down. But it's the same fucking thing. They're basically linking the same thing twice. Why are they doing that? Why? It's not different. They've just linked the same thing twice using two different sources. One from The Guardian and one from Conduct Science. This isn't any... This isn't like a new... This isn't like a different thing. It's the same goddamn thing. What's this magnetofiction? It's all the same thing. It's all about nanoparticles. Protein crystals, what's this? Wait, is this the same? Wait on, hold on, is this this? Is this the same thing? Perhaps. So, oh yeah, anchor box pack for cat. God damn it, they're using the same thing. Alright, so if you learn anything from this stream, just know that they're all full of shit. They haven't read the articles. At least it's from a different source. I mean, I suppose that may be the... This is why I hate conspiracy theorists. I really do. I hate conspiracy theorists. They all use the same citations, having not... They use like similar or the basically linking to the same place. It all comes from the same place, right? They're like, oh, like, we're just gonna go to, like, this one conspiracy theorist person and take it all from them. That's probably what's happened, right? They'll link the exact same thing without realizing that it's the exact same thing because it has a different link, because they don't actually read what they're talking about. Here's the thing. Conspiracy theorists don't actually read what they're talking about. They'll link to the same thing twice in the same comment. They'll link to this basically the same research when it comes to the what was it? Magnetoprotein and magnetogenetics. It's the same thing. The exact same thing. No difference. You can base it. If they remove that, they'd have one less link to be able to put into their comment. They try and make it. They add so many different things, right? Even though they only need one of those links. That's so that they can go, but you didn't read this link. No, I didn't go through the entire thing. Why didn't I go through the entire thing? Because it's the exact same thing. The exact same research, right? The exact same thing. And then you link a whole lot of things that, yeah, could be used, but, like, why? All of it hinges on these magnogenetic stuff. The magnetoprotein to control behavior. If this wasn't a thing... If this didn't exist, it'd just be like, oh yeah, but they could use magnets to do something with your genetics. And it's like, yeah, but what are they doing with the genetics? And couldn't they just use a different way to do the same, to achieve the same thing? And if there really are enough magnets to be able to hold like this to my arm or something, right? Then why haven't the magnets all clumped together? They still ignore the main thing, right? They'll blink things about protein crystals and that they're making human cells magnetic, like they're forming some sort of. They try and make it like as though they're forming some coherent argument, except every single premise is wrong. Every single one of them. No, they can't use the protein crystals because the protein crystals that had the iron in them, they were only introduced after the fact. Right? The ones that had the iron in them were introduced after they had grown them. They had to insert them into the cells. They didn't make the cells magnetic by just by putting material in there to grow these protein crystals. No, those protein crystals weren't magnetic. The ones that they introduced afterwards were magnetic. Read your bloody sources. This is why conspiracy theorists piss me off. Alright? So, how's everyone doing tonight, this morning? Everyone calm and collected? Anyone still in chat? Like, anyone listening? Well, surely people are listening. Like, have I just been ranting to myself for the last however long? If people, I feel alone when people No one in chat? No? Do I need to just end the stream? Because no one was listening? Seems bloody power breakers tripping, eh? I did have to mention the whole thing about this, like that, because it is really, like, essentially, it's really stupid. Like, they all link to the same thing. They all do. Like, when was this coming up here from? Oh, you hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, it says 21 of yeah, yeah. Your chat, my chat is stuck on live stream, is it? No, it's not. Just not stuck. Oh, I was on my camera. Oh, I wasn't. Oh, I was on the wrong scene as well. So yeah. Yeah, so what I was saying is this is the exact same as this. Like, so that kind of shoots my argument in the foot when you don't see what I was looking at. When it was just me on my camera. How long was I like just on my camera for? Yeah, like this here is just this, right? They use the same things, like, and then they have like all this things with like magnetic nanoparticles, right? And like, yeah, it could be using magnetic nanoparticles if you believe in conspiracy theories. Yeah, if you believe in conspiracy, if you are a conspiracy theorist, then you could say that. But I'm not a conspiracy theorist, right? I'm a rational human being. I prefer to, have evidence that this is actually happening rather than poorly performed experiments which show like a magnet sticking to supposedly sticking to someone, even though it could stick due to many different factors. Why don't they just... Here's the thing. Why don't they just use a compass, right? If there is a compass, and they put the compass up to someone's arm, and they showed that as it gets close, it changes direction, then they'd easily be able to just prove that, hey, this thing is causing a magnetism. I do like how I do like here, like hopefully this does it. It's not doing it because, wait. But like when I shift to it kind of does it, but if I flip this over it works. Yeah, I think it's okay. And for those that may complain about me raging, not Tiny Captain says not stuck anymore. I mean, I never was a conspiracy nut. Yeah, fair enough. Like for those people like that, may complain about me going like yelling at like, just don't use the same sources, right? Right, yeah, that's. Anyway, so yeah, that's my rant. And I'll admit that I get angry at the. I can get pretty angry at these people if I wanted to. Like these people that these conspiracy nutters that decide, we're going to just say. I wonder what the live chat says. Oh, there was a few things in the live chat that was sent that don't show up because I was using top chat, not live chat. Yeah, anyway. I was just wondering about something. About that. Yeah, but yeah, like these people, I can understand. Oh, yeah, I can get angry at these people because they're just, the whole thing is just to throw stuff at you. And yeah, I could go ahead and read every single article that they did if I had the time. I do not have the time to go through and sit, because, you know, I like doing other things rather than. I like bringing up. I like doing other things that aren't reading through conspiracy theorists, well, not conspiracy theorist articles, but reading through the evidence that conspiracy theorists bring up as supporting their own point, when in fact it doesn't. You know, I prefer to go to the TLDR. I prefer to read the abstracts. That's fine if you want to read the abstracts. If you go more in depth, like if you want to argue against Andrew Wakefield like H Bomber Guy did, brilliant video. Did what I was wanting to do, actually. Yeah, you just read these three. Yeah, that's what it is. It's cherry picking. It's like read these three articles, or three. These three. Go to these three links. It's like, okay, link number 1. They opened up cells and put crystals with iron into them. And that supports your argument. How? Number 2. They injected something into the brains of mice and it controlled them. Yeah, the Pfizer vaccine is into your arm, and so that supports your argument. How? Argument number 3. They put iron into... What was it again? was over. Yeah, they used nanoparticles to do a thing. Iron nanoparticles to do a thing. Okay, and why would they put that in the vaccine? Ugh. And that's why. That's why it's like, and it's one of these things, like, some of these you can't debunk because they could be doing it, right? Question is, to which extent, and if they did this, would it make you magnetic? The answer is no. They give so many things with nanometals, and oh yeah, Kellogg's Nutrigrain contains iron. Alright, that's it. I'm making a video. Won't be out for a few days. I'll release it so tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, I'll be releasing my video about pareidolia. Then so that would be Tuesday for most people. Then on Friday, I'm going to release my video about this stuff. And I'm going to go off at them. I am really going to go off. I might even include some clips from this stream. But yeah, like, it's one of these things where they're just linking the same thing. Yeah, so, and I'll basically go over. I'll talk with AB Science if I can. See if I can get him to. Actually, I'll message him. I'll message him right now. Conspiracy nutcases get people that are not getting into facts, and Facebook smart on the wrong one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They try and pretend to be smart. There's a difference between being smart and pretending to be smart, right? So if you pretend to be smart, you'll link articles that appear to support your position, right? And you'll have the title that will appear to support your position, or could be construed as supporting your position, right? It'll just be the title. You go down through the article, and everything else is conflicting with your position. And the sad thing is that people will believe you. If you pretend like something supports your position, people will believe you. No, undoubtedly. Like, people will believe you and go, oh yeah, like, the vaccine does contain nanoparticles or could contain nanoparticles. Or they'll most likely be like, oh yeah, like, it could like be making these, it could be controlling the neurons of humans because it was injected into the, I mean, I didn't read that part, but no, like, they don't read it. And that's the thing. All someone has to do to convince someone is link an article that the person who they're responding to is not willing to read. If you... Like, here's the thing. Here's what they'll do. This is the standard playbook of a conspiracy theorist. Is link an article that appears to support your position that the person is not willing to read. Right? Have a lot of conjecture. The more conjecture, the better. Like, here's the thing, like, if you link to an Alex Jones thing, Oh yeah, like I was the UFO stuff was covered earlier. It was my whole thing was that yeah, it doesn't have to be aliens. It could be anything. Yeah, like you can. Oh yeah, we can use like we can use aliens as a good example. Like they say it's UFOs, so therefore aliens must exist. Well, UFO doesn't have to mean alien. UFO can mean unidentified flying object. Could be any object that's flying and unidentified. It could be something that is mistaken for a flying object that's been unidentified, right? It really annoys me, the amount of misinformation that's out there. That, like, because I know people. I've met people that believe this. I've met people that believe this conspiracy theory that the government is taking ownership of everyone's house and is then going to take possession of everyone's possessions and then is going to force people into working a job that the government has assigned for you, and then is going to give you points based on that you need. If you want food, you need to use points rather than money. And it's like, none of that's happening. Like, I have not seen... Like, first you need to prove the first part of that the government is seizing control of people's houses. And, you know, I wouldn't be... Here's the thing. I wouldn't be against the government taking control of houses to an extent. I do think that it's like... I think that it's okay to own your own home. Right? I think that's perfectly fine. Like, if you own your own home, like that's a good thing, I think, you know. It's just when you're renting it out to other people at extortionate rates, that's when I have a problem with it. And or when you're buying a house as an investment rather than as a place to live. I don't think that houses should be bought as investment properties. You know, when you're buying a house and the only reason that you're buying a house is to make money by doing nothing, I have a problem with that. I think that the government should... I think that the government would be better suited to build a whole lot of houses. I think that the government should build a whole lot of houses and then rent them out at cheap prices. That competes with the rental properties that are already on the market, thus, if not lowering the price, at least stopping them from rising too high. Yeah. So one person just brought up Tic Tac. Tech UFO. Images. Oh, it's is the Tic Tac one, this one over here? Is it this one? Is this the Tic Tac one? Is it? Like, it's hard to say what this is, honestly, but I can tell you this. Not necessarily aliens. I can look at this and go, yeah, it's hard to know what it is. Doesn't mean it's aliens. It's just a UFO. Oh yeah, like another thing that annoys me. Yeah, owning a house is fine. Owning 20 of them makes you an asshole. Someone could live in that house, you know. But you owning 20 of them to try and make profit from people. That's gimbal. What's the Tic Tac one? Someone send it to me on someone has a Tic Tac one. Send it to me on Discord. That would be an easy way for me to. There's a Discord link to my Discord in the description. Because I searched Tic Tac UFO, and it comes up with the same picture. It's very similar pictures to this, anyway. So, Joe Scott did a good. Yeah, I listened to the video. It sounds like how communism was meant to be, but people always want more. So oh, you don't have a photo of Tic Tac? Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so Tiny Captain says that sounds like how communism was meant to be, but people always want more. Well, the thing is, like, I think that when it comes to people, I think that when it comes to housing, now, like, we're in people are going through like a big housing thing at the moment, or the world's going through a big housing crisis, where people are like homeless because they can't afford rent and stuff, right? Tic Tac is Commander Fravors incident. Okay. I don't know who Commander Fravor is. But like, yeah, when it comes to when it comes to it, like, there are cases. I think that a good way would be for the government to build a whole lot of houses, and then basically compete with the free market on the market, right? Because if everyone on the market is aiming for profit, then the price is going to go up. Because if everyone's aiming for profit, it's like, okay, sometimes they might try and undercut the competition, but that's only to get rid of the competition, right? It's not to lower the price. It's not because they're trying to lower the prices or anything. It's because they're trying to. It's because they're trying to have people in their house, right? And you might think that, prices will just keep being lowered, but like, no, they want to make a profit. They want to make a decent amount of profit. So what you do is you have the government that has low prices. The government doesn't have to make a profit because they are using tax, right? You tax the wealthy. I think a wealth tax should be introduced. There are good arguments for a wealth tax. Why? Stonks. That's why. But yeah, if you own like $1 million, I think you should be taxed on it. You can choose to not be a millionaire. And some people might say, well, what about my $1 million home, right? If I own $1 million home, should I be taxed on for owning that? Yeah. Yeah. You can sell that house. You don't have to be. All right. If you own $1 million house, right, and you're getting taxed because you have over $1 million worth of assets, yeah, I think you should be taxed on that. And obviously, it's not going to be. It's not that you're going to be taxed on every dollar worth of assets you own. And if you can't afford the tax, right, sell your house and rent like the rest of us that can't afford to buy $1 million house. Not everyone has $200,000 to buy a house, to put down a deposit on a house. I don't have $200,000. I don't even have $10,000. I don't even have $20,000 to put on. I don't even have $10,000, but I couldn't put down a deposit of $20,000. He was the Navy pilot who saw Tic Tac with multiple witnesses. It was something, but who knows what. Mick West suspects it was a stationary craft, and I tend to agree. Yeah, that could be that. I should actually try and get Mick West to Okay, so let's just link Daily Star article. You know, I think that Mick West is doing a good job with all these alien things. I should get Mick West onto the show to talk about this stuff. I accept. Alright. Infamous Tic Tac UFO investigated by a Pentagon news seen over UK by baffled Brits. Okay. Yeah, again, it's like UFO, right? Don't know what it is. Yeah, like, high taxes on the richest. Yeah, like, I do know that there'll be pushback against people, like, especially from people that have $1 million. Yeah, like, I do have to preface, like, there are some ways that people think about it. Like, some people just hate rich people. I don't hate rich people. I think that sometimes rich people can do good things, right? I sometimes think that I often think that rich people tend to do shitty things. Like, I do like some of the stuff that Elon Musk is doing, but I also, some of the stuff I just don't like, you know, like, it's one of them things where it's a bit of both. But then there are people like, same with Bill Gates. Like, Bill Gates has done some shitty stuff, but he's also done some good stuff. Like, and there are Jeff Bezos, I really don't like. What's the other ones? George Soros. George Soros has done some good stuff, from what I can tell. He's not the thing is, George Soros. I don't really agree with the way that he made his money through like hedge funds and all that, but that's because I just don't like hedge funds. But I think he's used his wealth for good stuff. Yeah, Musk is chaotic neutral, yes. Like, he's done some good things, done some bad stuff, and you never know what he's going to do. And he does amass quite a following. Like, I do like that he's somewhat relatable, just because memes. UFO Hunter Facebook group link in the article, yeah. Yeah, sorry if I blew your eardrums out. What's the thing looking like? It doesn't seem to be too bad. Might be the compression though. Like, I'm not sure if the display of the volume display displays the compression or not. Because I do have compression on my mic. But yeah, like, I think that I think that people need to be taxed. And I think that there needs to be a way to stop the rich people from dodging tax, right? Because now, one of the things that, like, there's a really weird way, like, there's people that want super flat tax, like super flat tax, and I don't agree with that. I really don't. Like, super flat taxes, everyone pays like $10 or something to the government, and that's used for whatever. No, I don't agree with that. I think that you could say that, like, his crusade against COVID and masks is idiotic. Yeah. I agree. I agree with you there, Australian. It's when my voice goes high? Okay. So when I'm speaking like this, I suppose it's very quiet. But then when I speak a bit more like this, then it blows everyone's eardrums out, which makes sense. Really? I mean, really? I mean, shit. Which makes sense, really. That's what I meant to. I didn't mean to make the really sound like a question, but I guess it did. Anyway, when it comes to taxes, I think that need to tax the rich, so that they pay their fair share, right? Because otherwise, the rich can just tax dodge, you know. So, I'm not making that much money. I just have a lot of Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't money, right? Because technically, Bitcoin would be counted as an investment, not a form of current, or not a income source. And so, don't put your voice so low. It sounds like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. God damn it! I didn't. I thought I would have been sounded better than Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. I can't win either way. Like, if I put my voice down too low, I sound like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. If I put it up too high, then I blow everyone's eardrums out. But yeah, when it comes to these things, I what else can I say about it? Like, close tax loopholes. I do think that people should be able to. Like, here's the thing. I understand why tax breaks, or what's the word? There's like business expenses, right? I get why they can be written off, because I write off things on my tax form, alright? Because, you know, that it actually helps pay for my rent when I write things off on my tax. No joke. But like, so I get that, right? I get why you might want to write some things off as tax. Tax write-offs. I get that. Right? Like, if I buy a guitar, I'm going to write that off as tax. I use it to make money. If I buy something, like if I were to buy a green screen, I'd write that off as tax. Because, again, I'm spending my money for it, and it's an investment in a way. But the thing is, it becomes a problem when you spend millions of dollars, right, and then write that off write that off on your tax, right? That's when the issue comes in, because if you spend millions of dollars, you should be like, if you are a millionaire, right, and you spend all your money on investment properties or something like that, you should have to pay tax on that. You're damn right you should pay tax on that. Wealth tax. I think the wealth tax is needed. I'm in support of a wealth tax. I used to be a bit iffy about it, but like, for these people that own a home and might not be able to afford it, but they can just sell the house. Like, if you cannot afford to pay the tax on your house, sell your house and move. That's the one time that I'll bring up that meme, right? The sell your house and move meme. Because if you can't afford to pay tax on your house, but you can afford to rent, then, you know, maybe you should be renting. I can't afford to pay tax on a house. I can barely afford to rent. Rent like the rest of us. You're Ball Earth Kiwi Jesus, aren't you? I mean, I'm Ball Earth Shaggy. A Ball Earth Kiwi Shaggy. That's what I am. Right? Oh, except when I become a... Oh, goddamn Twitter. Except when I become a Catgirl. In which case, I don't know what's... Like, I'm Ball Earth Kiwi Catgirl. Yeah, I failed to see how 200k worth of boats, 4x4s and caravans in the driveway of a plumber are legitimate tax write-offs. Yeah. And people will try and write that off as tax. I write off... So, I'm going to be completely yeah, tax donations, tax-free donations, and millionaires. Yeah, that's where the political parties get their money. That's why I voted for the Greens in the last election. Both, although I do think we need to change a bit of how the election works. Like, ranked choice would be a nice thing to have, especially for the electorate vote. But yeah, when it comes to like, yeah, I'll be completely transparent with what I write off as tax. I can't show you my tax form. The reason being because I'm not allowed to share how much I make from YouTube. I can give you an estimate. I can't tell you exactly how much I make from YouTube, but it's I didn't actually tell you the total. Like, I just tell you the total. I make under 20k though per year. So, very low income bracket. Anyway, the things that I write off as tax, I wrote off my rent, because if I don't rent this place, then I don't have a channel, you know. So, this is technically an office. I kind of need it to do my work. So, that's why I wrote that off as tax. I wrote off this guitar as tax. That's why I think ranked choice needs to be a thing, so that they don't split numbers in half. So yeah, I wrote off this guitar as tax. Then I also wrote off Game Maker Studio 2 as tax. Can't be the hairstyle because it's same as I have, like, what for the Catgirl stuff. I also put makeup on. What else? Hold on, let me bring up my. What else did I write off as tax? Oh! No, wait, no, that was the first year that... Oh! When I bought my... the other ones is when I bought my merch for videos. I've got merch, by the way. It should be a link under my video. Like, there's a merch shelf under my videos, I think. Oh, I also got a keyboard, which is going to be written off as tax. But yeah, you know, I can write this off as tax because it makes money. Clearly on videos. You know, see, it's making me money if I play. Wonder if anyone recognised what I was playing there. Anyway. Yes, it's making me money. Hey. Also, one of the things I have to mention, so Grumpy Australian is from Australia, which has a better system than in New Zealand, I think, when it comes to election... At least when it comes to the electorate votes. I may be wrong about this. But you've got ranked choice voting, which means that essentially ranked choice means that you can vote for the Greens, and if they don't get in, then your vote goes down to the next thing. So let's say that you vote for... First vote goes to the Greens, second vote goes to Labour, right? And that's what I'd probably actually go. Like, if I got ranked choice voting, like, my first vote would go to the Opportunity Party, second vote would go to the Greens, third vote would go to Labour, alright? So yeah, if the Greens don't get... If the Greens don't have enough of, for your first vote, goes down to the second vote. Not then, third vote, fourth vote, and so on. Until your vote counts, essentially. So it's essentially, I think that ranked choice voting is a good way to, is a really good way to vote. Well, yeah, it's a really good way to vote because it allows everyone to get a fair shake, right? Which is what we all want. We all want everyone to have a fair shake. You know, you don't want to be voting in... Like, if the main two parties are both kowtowing to the same people, then what's the worth in vote? What's the use in voting, right? So if the two parties are both kowtowing to the same people, you want to vote third party. Now, obviously, there's the point of some parties are worse than others. It is obvious that. So for Australia, you know, I wouldn't be voting for the Nationals or the Liberal Party, right? Because I don't think that they're good parties. In New Zealand, I don't vote for ACT or National Party. I vote for... Like, I have voted twice. First time I voted Labour. Second time I voted Greens. I want them to put ranked choice voting in so that I can go, okay, I'll vote this party, this party, this party, and this party. In this order. If the Opportunity Party doesn't get in, maybe the Greens will get in. If the Greens don't get in, then maybe the Labour will get in. Ex-leader, green story, ex-leader Bob Brown lives just down the road from me and was recently fined a lot of money for illegally cutting down a bunch of trees. Yeah, well, that's the ex-leader, right? And if they have better policies, then if the leaders, if the party has good policies that are going to help, then, you know, I'd rather vote on policy. Like, I tend not to vote based on moralizing, I guess, in a way, because like a lot of people will moralize and be like, oh yeah, like this person doesn't deserve to be, this party doesn't deserve to be in because this person is a bad person. It's like, yeah, but that's just one of their, might be one of their party members. Right? Like, I would never say that... I wouldn't have said that National... So back when... what is it? Bill English was head of party. I don't like... Oh, we can use Jerry Brownlee. I don't like Jerry Brownlee. I think that... So yeah, like... I think that there is a bit of a disconnect, like, when it comes to third parties and them running the country. Like, people don't want them running the country. The reason being is because they haven't got much experience running the country. Why? Because no one votes for them to be able to run the country. Electorates have the same voting power regardless of population, so we end up being controlled by poorly educated country voters with 3,000 people in an electorate, while cities vote less conservatively. Oh yeah. Do you have the... Okay, now this is going to form my opinion on the Australian system. Do you guys have list votes? So in New Zealand, here's what happens. You'll be in an electorate, right? And if any party gets an electorate seat, then they get that seat, right? There's like certain number of electorate seats. You've also got the party vote here. So essentially in New Zealand, you vote twice. The first vote goes towards your electorate seat. The second vote goes towards your party vote. If a party has gets one electorate seat, they get into Parliament. If they get 5% of the vote, they also get into Parliament. So, for example, the Greens, they didn't. Oh yeah, they won one electorate this last election, right? But they have 9 seats. They won one electorate, but they have 9 seats. The reason being is because they got a certain, I think it was about 7% of the vote, right? So because they got 7% of the vote, they got to get 8 extra seats. Now, if you have a party that, let's say, wins a whole lot of electorates, but doesn't get, like, let's say you have a party that wins, let's say they win 60. Yeah, let's say that they win we've got 120 seats. So let's say they get 60 electorate seats, right? But only get 45% of the party vote, right? So they would not get any list seats. The reason being is because, unless there are enough minor parties that get kicked out for them to get some list seats, to put them over 50% of the vote that actually gets seats. So, like, yeah, there's a few problems with how New Zealand works, but yeah. So yeah, they wouldn't get. Let's assume that all the seats, they get 45% of the vote, of the party vote. They would not get any, and let's assume that every other party has that was voted for has enough votes that they actually get into Parliament. So they would not get any extra seats from the party vote. The only parties that get extra seats from the party votes are parties that have a disproportionate number of seats compared to the total amount of people that vote for them. So for example, the Greens, they got, in the last election, they got 1 electorate seat, and they got 8 list seats. That means that their representation in Parliament is proportional to the amount of people that voted for them, due to list seats. It's not proportional. It's not completely proportional because it's only proportional in the sense of the proportion represents the total party vote. So, yeah, and I think that's fair. I don't know what it's like in Australia. If that's what it's like in Australia, then I think that Australia probably has a better system than New Zealand. If it's not, then Australia probably has a worse system than New Zealand, because the ability for the makeup of Parliament to reflect the people rather than the population centres or the electorates is an important thing, I think. But yeah, like, I do think that it's, like, bad to have, like, that's why I think you should watch, no, not that. Nope, not that either. Oh shit, didn't want to play. Yeah, go to here. I think you should watch. For example, when Tony Abbott got in the Greens, pushed the Liberals over the line despite the Liberals and the Australia Party not having enough seats. Okay. So Is it because they, I have to... is this... Where is it? Like, there's... Oh yeah, this is the video that I recommend people watch. Secret Dictatorship. It talks a bit about that. Like, I have a very shallow understanding of Australian politics. I understand New Zealand politics a lot better. But yeah. So I'm trying to understand that. So did they form a coalition with the Liberals? Or did they just not get in? Like, did the Greens just not get in, which essentially gave all the seats that the Greens would have gotten to... our Greens are not as good as yours. So... I do have to ask... Yes, Australia's problem is that 52% of your Mormons and voted Liberal, yeah. Yeah, like, I think that, like, I like Juice Media, where they say, you're basically voting between piece of shit, or a piece of shit that's, coated, you know, it's like, you're given a turd sandwich, but you're given a turd sandwich with added flavour, right? Like maybe a turd sandwich with mayonnaise. I don't know. Either way, it's a turd sandwich, but one's a bit better than the other. It's something like that. So you got one piece of shit, and so you got one piece of shit. And then you got a piece of shit that's not as bad. It works about the same in the Netherlands, but the time after election, they also created a coalition government, and that can take time. Not all 89 parties. Yeah. It would get pretty insane when you got 89 parties, but I think that with 89 parties... you've actually got a lot more representation of people. Like, people are concerned about representation in Parliament, right? And, like, that's why the Electoral College in America exists. Because they want each state to have a certain amount of representation. And I can understand that. But I think they should switch to Electoral College Light, where it's more representing the people rather than states, right? Because yeah, sure, you may be from Wyoming, and thus, you know, but if you vote against what the majority of your state votes, you haven't impacted anything in America. Your voice is essentially drowned out by everyone else in your state. Whereas in New Zealand, if you vote against what your electorate votes against, then, at least for party vote, you will be heard. Like, yeah, sure, you may waste your electorate vote, but you're not wasting your party vote, right? That's my opinion, anyway. Anyone before I end up, anyone in the chat got any last words? Pulls out a gun, points it at the camera. Any last words, chat? Of course, if we're in true democracy, we would be run by an equally represented council of parties. I've actually heard some interesting forms of government. Like, apparently there's one form of government We just randomly select people. You know, just randomly select a group of people and they run the country. Sounds like it could be terrible though, but it'll be interesting. And that way, it should be representative. Apparently I've wanted to make Grumpy Australian move to New Zealand more than ever. Yeah, it is Monday now. It's always been Monday. This whole stream wasn't Monday. You think it was on Sunday? Ha! I'm from Futureland. You had the worst political party you ever had. I have a religious sect party that drove me in the... Wow. That is crazy. Like a jury. Oh yeah, exactly like a jury. Yeah, smart people do need to run things, but then you've got the problem of like, who's defining who the smart people are, right? Like, let's say that you make let's say that you say that to be in power you need to do an IQ test, right? Okay. Now, what if they make the IQ test very specific? Right, oddly specific, like they used to, where you need to know what, need to know the type of wine that is grown on a certain vineyard. It's like, the only people that are going to do that are the fancy people, you know, the people that have money, that probably know that. You may have a few people that know that, but it's like, not everyone is going to know that. And people can be smart in one type of way, right? I mean, didn't Orphan Red get into Mensa, or at least claim to get into Mensa? Like, if you got conspiracy theorists that get into government, yeah. People with personal ambition should not be allowed. Yeah, I agree. That's why I would like to run for Prime Minister, right? Because I would not be running for Prime Minister for like my own gain, because I understand what it's like to be poor, because I've been poor, right? So if I were to run for Prime Minister, it would not be for personal gain. In fact, I'd be, if I was Prime Minister, one of the things that I'd do, right, is I would, well, if I was running for Prime Minister anyway, one of the things I'd do is, one of the parts of my campaign is be like, yeah, I'm going to make the Prime Minister job pay less. Like, I'm going to set the, I'll probably set the wage of politicians to be something, or the salary of politicians to be something like, I don't know, only like 10% or 20% more than livable wage. Or maybe double, yeah, about double minimum wage should make a law just saying that the wage of politicians can never be more than double minimum wage. You know, that means that people that want to get into politics for money, I mean, yeah, sure, double minimum wage is a fair amount, but it's not an extraordinary amount. Real Talk says, I reckon I could run this country and I'd do it better and cheaper too. It's not about the money, it's about doing right by the people. Yeah, absolutely. I do think that there is a bit of money, like tax. Taxes are a thing that can help pay for things, but you got to put the taxes in the right places. Rather, like US, they could do a lot. The US could be the greatest country on earth if they put the taxes to the right things, rather than trying to enrich the military. Now, if the US just, you wish physicists ran the world. sect wasn't into politics, but they told my job couldn't be real because the Earth was... And they told me my job couldn't be real because the Earth is flat and I had to... But that drove me... Okay. Yeah, that sounds like pretty bad, like, especially when they're saying the Earth is flat. Too many getting paid too much money to do jobs that don't need doing and doing that job very badly, yeah. I do disagree with bullshit jobs, right? But, like, I do think that the government... Well, of course, like, the people in government need to get paid. It's just, like, how much they should get paid. And if you link the amount they get paid to minimum wage, well, then, you know, they're more incentivized to make policies that that will enrich the average population. Because they're not, I mean, double minimum wage, yeah. Double minimum wage is fair amount, honestly. But it's not like CEO rate, right? It's not like 300 times minimum wage. So yeah, I think that there's definitely things that need to be done differently, and I'd definitely, if I was Prime Minister, I'd push for things to be done differently. So I don't know when I'm announcing my election campaign, but hey, I might do it sometime. Who would vote for me if they're in New Zealand? Do we have any New Zealanders in chat? Because if you are, would you vote for me? I'd probably like run like if I were to run for Prime Minister, I'd run an international campaign to try and get international recognition. Mate's brother-in-law works in government. 400k a year and struggling to make ends meet. 400k. 400k a year. That's like paying double minimum wage would mean more money going back into the economy when it's spent. Yeah. Well, actually, essentially, you'd have more money, even if only by a little bit. You'd have more money to spend on like other things, right? And the thing is, a lot of voters want politicians to be paid less, right? Here's the thing, like, I've talked to quite a few voters. If you want to build a platform, say you're going to pay politicians less. There'll be some people that will see through it and say, oh, well, this is only it's only a symbolic victory if it goes through. But there'll be people that will get caught up by that and go, yeah, this person understands, right? You will get people like that, and that's the people that you're targeting with that kind of policy. You're not targeting the people that will go, well, politicians don't really take up a lot of money. You are also targeting the people that would go, oh yeah, that will help the politicians make choices that actually work for people, and that is what you need. That is also the people that you're targeting. But you try and target. You got to play a bit of a game with politics, unfortunately. Like, people don't always care about policies, right? You run a campaign on, we're going to pay everyone in government less money so that they make policies that are suited to the good of people rather than themselves. Then people are going to vote for you. The reason being is because people like the rhetoric, right? It's not that like, people like the rhetoric of, oh yeah, like these politicians, they're all dull bludgers, right? They like that rhetoric. It's not necessarily true that they're dole bludgers. I mean, they do deserve to get paid for their work. Question is, do they deserve to get paid as much as they do? We need a planetary government, but people have proven they cannot be trusted with power. An AI-based communism model could hypothetically redistribute resources effectively. It's all a numbers game. Yeah. Here's the thing, communism, I think, can only be achieved with automation. I think that's the only way that you can achieve communism, or quote-unquote true communism without a government. Then the AI would technically be the government. 7 years as a serving member and you get lifetime free air travel? Yeah, I don't think that... I'd try and work out, okay, where can I cut certain things where it doesn't disenfranchise too many people, but also that we end up getting more money for certain things. I'd work out how much goes... Because, I wouldn't mind getting lifetime free air travel, but I understand that maybe we shouldn't be giving politicians lifetime free air travel. Maybe it's a bad idea to do that, But I would definitely be... My policies that I'd run on is I'd be building state housing. The main policy that the rhetorical policy that I'd use is basically paying politicians less. That's the rhetorical one that I'd use. The one that I'd use to show, we're going to do something, that we're going to do something good, is build housing complex. You look at Singapore, you look at Vienna. These places, they built a lot of houses which were owned by the government. If you can get 50% of the population into these houses, then what's happened is you're competing with the free market, at least, right? If you can get 50% of your population into state-owned housing, then the free market, the free market has to evolve to be able to compete, because otherwise everyone just wants wants state housing. Why would you go into the free market for housing when you can get cheaper housing, right? Especially if it's a decent housing. And that's the thing. I'd run on the policy that state housing doesn't have to be crappy. If you have huge apartment complexes, it doesn't have to be crappy. You can actually do it well, like it has been in the future. Every apartment complex will have a pool. How about that? Every apartment complex has a pool. Has a games... What about a games room? What about free internet? I mean, that would work. Free what is it? Broadband. That would work. All you have to do is... and you can live with flatmates if you want, or you can choose what kind of housing you want. You could go with a flat situation where you'll join to get your stuff together, or you could choose a one-person apartment. It's up to you. Hobbit is right. Yeah, Bill Beggins. Sounds like someone that a New Zealand a name New Zealander would put. What else? What other policies would I run on? Oh yeah, I'd be here's the thing. I would be trying to put through a package that guaranteed income package. Wouldn't be UBI, it would just be a guaranteed income package. Anybody can apply for this package. and they'll get it. Right? I'll start it off at maybe $20 a week. Everyone in the country can get $20 a week. I'd also raise taxes on... I'd introduce a wealth tax. I'd introduce a capital gains tax. Although, if you've got a wealth tax, I don't necessarily think that a capital gains tax is necessary. But, you know... there'd have to be, like, things... Like, I'm not sure how the wealth tax would be implemented. Oh! Here's something that I'd do. I'd set up a climate impact review panel, right? So essentially, what that would be is I'd be getting people to look into how New Zealand's actions are impacting the climate, where emissions are coming from, how can they be reduced, what carbon sinks do we have, and how can those carbon sinks be improved? I think we do have a carbon tax, but it would be more so working out, okay, how do we, which way, rather than being like, oh yeah, we're going to be carbon free by this year, to be like, okay, which ways, like, so transport, if transport is a huge issue, we can work out ways, okay, we can lower our carbon emissions on transport by doing this, 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 and this. We can lower the carbon emissions that can't really be changed by, you know, maybe planting some more trees, or spraying more chemtrails. No, just kidding. Like putting iron into the oceans or something, you know, to I think it's for algae bloom or something, you know, just working out ways in which we can cut down carbon emissions. And the goal wouldn't be to be carbon neutral, right? That wouldn't be the goal. I'd be setting a more aspirational goal than that. I'd be aiming to make New Zealand carbon, what's the word for it? Like carbon negative. Like, yeah, not what? Oh, we're currently aiming for zero carbon by. All you are saying we already sort of have already in the Netherlands. Aww. Can I move over there to the Netherlands? You seem pretty good. Hydro is easiest for NZ to set up. I actually think that what I'd do is I'd put if I was running New Zealand, I'd put research into nuclear. I'd be going, okay, we're going to research safe alternative forms of nuclear, like thorium, and versions of nuclear that, if something goes wrong, it's not going to melt down. Like, you know, like something that would have like a 0.00000000005% chance of something going incredibly wrong. That would be the type of, I mean, incredibly wrong within like 1,000 years. You know, that would be the type of nuclear power I'd want to. Good choice, but earthquakes. Yeah, that's why you add. That's why you do stuff to protect against earthquakes. Yeah, Australia is a better place for nuclear, but you make sure that it's not going to fail in the case of an earthquake, right? Scandi countries are leading ways in running things to the best. Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, like, I think it's World. Happiness Report 2021. Okay. Okay. Download the report. Alright. Oh, going to here. Alright. Which countries are the happiness in the world? Alrighty. Forward. We got America. America, fuck yeah. Coming again to ruin the motherfucking day, yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay, here we go. Ranking: Finland, Iceland, Denmark, Switzerland. This is compared. Ranked by. Wait. Ranked by 2020 score. Okay, so Switzerland, Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, Norway, New Zealand, Austria, Israel, Australia. Oh yeah, like, the same goes for New Zealand. Like, we've got a suicide epidemic in New Zealand. Like, it is really weird. Like, how the Scandinavian countries are, you know, they have high happiness, but they also have high suicide rates. Same New Zealand. New Zealand has a high suicide rate. Seems like the happier the country is, the higher the suicide rate. And I think it's something, maybe it's just something we need to invest more into mental health services to try and improve it. So yeah. Alright, see you around, Tiny Captain. But yeah, like, Finland obviously is leading the way in happiness. I think that should be the goal, to make your population happy. You get what's the star next to mean? Probably means something. You say, yay, you're like 12th place, but disagree because you're depressed. I mean, I think it's based on more on average, and it's very difficult to rate people's happiness, you know. It's like, because it is a rather subjective thing, isn't it? You joined just in time for some heavy shit. Well, it's one of the things where suicide is something that needs to be talked about, and I think that like mental health is something that needs to be invested into. I think that all forms of healthcare, right, need to be invested into. You got a lot of people that will say, "Oh, mental health doesn't need funding," and I'm disappointed. I'm actually disappointed in Jacinda Ardern's approach to mental health. I think she needs to do better on the mental health front. Provide more funding for mental health. Not only more funding, but more education. Like, what? Okay, here's a question. What do I do if my friend is suicidal and is about to kill themselves? What do I do? I don't fucking know. And so it's one of the things where I would love to know, what do I say to someone that that's depressed and doesn't know how to make things better? What do I say to them? I don't know, and that sucks. What do I say to someone that's trying to drink their life away because they don't see things getting better? What do I say to them? What do I say to people that don't even want to go see a counsellor because they don't think that it's going to make their life better? Or what if they don't want to see a counsellor because they don't want to make their life better? They've just given up. What do I say to someone like that? I don't know what to say to them. That's what we need to be figuring out as a society. Like, how do you help these people that they don't want to see a counsellor? They don't want to make their life better. They can't see their life getting better no matter what they do. Whoever decided mental health, physical health, and dental health should be, especially here in the US, should be strangled by a rubber chicken. Yeah, I want to know, like, what do I say to someone? Because I do know someone that they don't want to make their life better. That they should be, yeah. I think that they all need to be covered. Like, dental health especially. Like, I am saving up money so I need a filling. Alright? I really do. But I don't have the money for it. You think your life is bad? Be thankful you don't live in Syria. Or, what's down the bottom? Be thankful you don't live in Zimbabwe. They're like right down the bottom of happiness. Or Tanzania or Jordan, or be thankful you don't live in India. My God, like that, they're doing terrible for happiness. But yeah, like what do you say to these people? I don't know. What do you say to depressed people to try and convince them to do something about it? They don't want to do something about it. If they did want to do something about it, they would do something about it. And it might work, it might not work. And if it doesn't work, then something's gone wrong, you need to help them. What do you say to someone that doesn't want to go on antidepressants because they want to get better naturally? They're worried that they're going to rely on antidepressants for their happiness. What do you say to those people? I mean, sure, like you could try and educate them about antidepressants, but not everyone has the knowledge. Education will be very important to give them that knowledge. So it all comes back to educating about mental health, educating people about what to do if you know someone who's depressed. What do you do? Those are the things that we need to answer. Like, education about depression and mental health issues in general. Also, a discussion on mental health. Yeah. Also, burnout, like, it needs to be discussed as well. Like, because a lot of people, like, I myself will sometimes feel really burnt out from YouTube. Like, it happens, right? It may not seem like it, but sometimes I'll be like taking a break because I just feel so burnt out. And that has happened very recently. Like, I just felt really burnt out, and it's not just from YouTube, it's from other things in life, but no, I think that there's good ways to go about it rather than saying kill yourself. I think that like, first off, you need to, some mental health issues, like, there is this sort of thing where people try and paint mental health issues as something that can't be prevented. I think it can, to an extent. I think that there's some mental health issues that can't be, but I think that, like, when it comes to depression, some of it can't be prevented, but some of it can most certainly be prevented. You know? We have proven that a chemical imbalance in the brain can shrink the very parts that produce serotonin and dopamine. Depression. Yeah, it is a physical thing. But I think that there's, like, it needs to be like, when it comes to depression, right? It can't be just one thing where you say, oh, you know, get better by taking these drugs or by going to therapy, right? Because what if you can't afford therapy, right? What if you don't have the time to go to therapy because you're worried about failing your course And also, you need to go to work because your parents won't, because your parents are rich and they don't support you, and you can't go on the benefit. What do you do then? And what if you're spending, like, effectively 80 hours a week just doing study and work? What do you do then? Needs to be, like, better things in place. And, like, UBI would be part of it. Telling people about the unions would be part of it. Like, getting people to join unions, right? If you work at a shop, you know, join a union. I cannot emphasize this. Skit Scratcher says, my job is getting combat veterans into counselling. I've yet to find a one-size-fits-all answer to someone wanting to hurt themselves. Yeah, like, it is one of them complex things. And that is why, like, honestly, it's one of them things where people need to be educated. Like, I'd rather have a way that isn't going to work on everyone, that might work on one or two people, than have a way that isn't going to, than not knowing anyways, right? Oh yeah, therapy should be covered, nationally. You know, earning cash. Yeah, I actually think that jobs need to have a mandatory mental health leave. Right? Doesn't have to be a long thing, but I think that jobs should have a mandatory mental health leave. I really do. Like, if you are working at, let's say you're working at Subway, I think that when you're working there, things might get stressed. You might need to take a few days off. You may not have any holidays. You don't know when mental health is going to come up. So, and rather than cutting into sick leave, and sick leave should be used, in my opinion, for when you are sick, for when you have a cold, for when you have for when you have, like, something wrong, like physically. And I get that depression is a physical illness, but you know, you can't just take sick leave, like, all the time. Tell that to the USA, where that doesn't exist, as is seen as communist. Yeah, oh, and I just saw the education helps. Even just having a few good friends helps, even if it is a little. Yeah. Also, educating people on, like, here's the thing. Like, a lot more needs to be done to educate people when they're on abusive relationships. That is something that's really important. And also, you need to notify people that just an abusive relationship doesn't mean that you have to actually be in a relationship with someone to be in an abusive relationship, right? Like, hell, you can have an abusive relationship with your parents, right? Just because you're not actually in, like, people. Like, there's someone I was trying to tell that they're in an abusive relationship, and their argument against why they were not in an abusive relationship was they weren't in a relationship with this person. It's like, yeah, it's still an abusive relationship. People need to be more educated about things like this. Because otherwise, people are just going to keep... If people aren't educated about things like this, like abusive relationships, then people end up in bad situations. And one of the things that... Oh yeah, like... Grumpy Australian, have you seen Philosophy Tube's video about this? I feel like you have, like, Philosophy Tube's video, Suicide and Mental Health. Very good video. I think that... Yeah, like I get that you don't want your workers, like, taking infinite leave, right? I get it. You know, if I run a company, if I ran a company, right, I would probably try and avoid working from home things. Reason being is because security issues, right? Because, you don't want... but I would... If someone were to, let's say, have a flu, I'd say go home, get some rest. I'd just say, look, go home, get some rest. We'll pay you. Don't worry about it. Rather than getting everyone else here sick, you go home, get some rest, and we'll see you in a week. Ah, yes. So, Philosophy Tube's videos are really good. But yeah, like, if someone were to... if I ran a company and someone were to be sick, I'd say, hey, like, look, go home, get some rest. Get some rest. Did I say get some worse? don't get worse. Yeah, and you lost your job because you blew off steam at the wrong person, ended up with many health and mental issues, and was never offered any help. Have to dish part of my brain as a coping. Yeah, I think that if I ran a company, I'd also offer mental health. I'd also offer mental health breaks. You need some time to get your mental health together. Take a break. All right. Quite happy now, but very poor, and I miss some of the knowledge at home. Yeah, I understand that. Get some rest. Yeah, so I think that, and obviously I'd rather this be applied to everyone. Like, here's the thing. I know people that have blown their sick days on either dealing with periods or because they didn't want to go to work. They just called in sick. And then when they actually get sick, they have to deal with customers. Now, I think that they should be wearing a mask. I said, look, if you're going to be dealing with customers, wear a mask. Why don't you wear a mask? And it's like, but masks might scare people off. It's like, yeah. If they're worried... If a company is worried about masks scaring people off and you are sick, either they're going to have to send you home until you get better, preferably paid, or they're just going to have to put up with you wearing a mask. Choose one. But then again, when I did the cancer thing, lots was great and they had lots of support. Yeah, like, it's not... Like, here's the thing. I don't like a lot of companies, but it's not every company that's bad, right? Like, companies can be pretty shitty, but sometimes they can be good. Like, sometimes they can... Like, as I said, if I were running a company, I'd try and make it a company that is very ethical. I'd pay people a livable wage, or at least try to. I'd also try to minimize the amount of work that people have to do. Like, if you've got, like, a company and you've got a team, right? I'd try and, like, let's say you're a software development company and you've got a team. Might have like some people assigned to certain days of the week. Once they've done, you have people assigned to other days of the week. Like, you might have everyone work 3 days a week and pay them a livable wage as well. Like, a livable wage, and I mean, like, at the end of the week, they have enough money that they can live on. Right? And then you get more work out of them. Right? Because people, they get rest. If you pay people a livable wage and they don't have to work 2 jobs, and they are only working 3 days a week, they can get some rest. They'll come into your work on the next when they'll come in all refreshed. They'll have had a great time in the weekend or whatever on their days off, and they'll come in and be like, okay, let's get to work. The best thing you can do as a Smaller ones usually care more about... Absolutely, yeah. Like, if you try... Like, I get that. When it comes to things like crunch time, you might be like, okay, look, we need everyone here to work a bit more. But if you're working like 3 days a week, when it comes to crunch time, you're just working like a 40-hour week, like most people. Especially if you've got enough people to handle like 3 days a week. It'd be about 24 hours a week, right? 3 8-hour days? Yeah, that's 24 hours a week. You pay them a livable wage in the week. When it comes to crunch time, yeah, you up their wages. You give them a bit more money. And they work maybe 40 hours, maybe 50 hours a week. Hey, 50 hours, that's double the wage. But at least it's manageable. You don't push people to 80 hours a week. 80 hours is like pain. I mean, that's either... How many hours are 80 hours? You're working at least 10 hours a day. Or at least 11 hours a day, right? Yeah, 11 hours a day. Just over 11 hours a day. Yeah, 40-hour work week is more productive than a 60 or 80-hour work week. Right? And if you pay people enough, when it comes to the overtime that you might have to do, and here's the thing, you absolutely do not push people to 60 hours a week, because if you are pushing people to 60 or 80 hours a week, at max I'd go 40 hours a week, right? Because 40 hours, it is manageable, and people need to get rest. I have learnt this from doing game jams. I've been involved in game jams, and some of the games are quite nice. I can actually show you a game that I was involved in. Do I have this game on my computer? I don't know. And there was a mistake in the code. So the mistake in the code that I did was working out trigonometry to work out which way to fire a thing. Let's see if I've got... Do I have... Let's see if I've got anything on my pen... I've got a pen drive on my computer, so let's... This PC... It doesn't recognise the pen drive that I've got in there. Okay, USB drive E. Oh, that only has... that on it. Let me download. I'll just download it. Globalgamejam.org. Oh wait, that's going to be hard to find. Oops. I'll show you this game that I made. Alright, and this ties into... there we go. Somewhere.zip. This ties into working, because yeah, if you work like 48, I probably put like 40 hours of work into this. But by the end, I was stuffing up stuff that I needed to get some sleep as well. But I was stuffing up stuff that, should have been rather easy to deal with, like, which direction do you point? Well, which direction do you fire something? Right? I figured it out, but... It was difficult. It's difficult when you're tired, should I say. 50 seconds left. And 3 days a week for a decent living wage means everyone could be gainfully employed. Yeah, I think that now I don't think that it's good to have everyone employed. There are issues with that, but I mean, if you've got a UBI, that doesn't really matter, right? I think that there are things like I think that UBI is basically a necessity at this point. Like I used to believe that UBI is something that's far off, but no, I think that we need UBI a bit sooner. Obviously, it needs to be brought in slowly, but we can get there. All right, show and folder, and we'll just. Just waiting for it to confirm. There we go. Extract all. Extract all. Oh. I was looking on the wrong screen. So yeah, I'll show you this game. Like I think it was a good game. I actually still have the files for this game, but not on the computer. They're on the cloud. So I could work on this further if I really wanted to, but I think it's good as it is. I'm not planning on selling it. I think it's good for like... Oh, I'm going to need more info. Run anyway. I'm going to need to make sure that it doesn't blast everyone's eardrums out. Oh. All right, so yeah, this is it. There are some things that could be portrayed a little bit better. Like the I just noticed something. Like the this is made in 48 hours. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Maybe to there. There we go. Yes. Oh. So. Oh, there's a vignette. I recognize the vignette style. I didn't notice that there was a vignette. Because I wasn't the only person working on this, obviously. So, yeah, you can get more health. So currently there's actually no way to restore health. Okay, that's like an enemy there. This is the one that I was talking about as well. And we can so you can restore. So essentially, you've got a hidden. Well, it's not really hidden, right? Need to be more pronounced. But over here, you'll notice that as time goes on, like this actually gets more. Oh, it's still being worked on. I'll actually show you like a tile map that I was tidying up last night. Oh, also, one of the first things I did is I made the camera, and this is something that I like doing. Like, I think the camera probably. Well, it probably goes too fast with the camera. Like, maybe I need to make it a little bit smoother. Essentially, the camera, you may notice the camera, like, sort of. There's a bit of a lag between the camera and the player, and that's purposeful. Also, there's a set number of feathers in the game. They do help. A bit too much. The feathers are actually really overpowered. Oh shit. No. Yeah, the feathers are really overpowered. Like, really overpowered. Insanely overpowered. I knew a guy who could something like this. Just more basic. A lot more like this. Yeah. Like, this is, like, and the thing is, like, we were the 2D team, right? This is a 2D game. Oh, these things are dangerous as well. I should mention that. Oh. More health. Yeah, I was intending on, like, having a health power up. Wouldn't be too hard to actually add in as well. Like, as long as the assets. Fair enough, like, it's understandable to not like selling things. Yeah. Well, I coded a lot of this, like, a lot of the functionality of this was coded by me. Also, one of the things that I suppose this game allows for, and we're back here again. Alright, cool. One of the things that this game does allow for is the is for the shocks like that when you run into something unexpectedly. Yeah, I like to work at my own pace. I think everyone likes to work at their own pace as well. What do we have? Oh yeah, this is going back there. There's something should be around here-ish. Yeah, we got. I don't remember the entire map. I do remember that, like, this is... Oh yeah, like, there was something that I missed back near the start. So, slight deviation in the path over here. I think. No? Okay. Oh, maybe up here a bit further. Ah, yeah, this here. This is going to be a bit of annoying. Here we go. There we go. And we get to replace our MP. Ah, I've never actually played this long enough to get to the end of the song. It's a nice song. I didn't write it. I was tempted to write a bit of music, but we had someone else that could do music, so... Stick to your area of expertise. Ah! No! Okay, down here. Alright. I don't know if we can... Can we fight it? I think we can try. Alright, let's... Oh, here we go. Alright, let's... Okay, I need to check something. Okay. Ow! It's also, you've also got teleporting powers in this. Okay, we need to go up here. This is probably one of the hardest things. Ow! No! Ow! Shit. Not gonna try and kill that one. I also have added in some hidden features as well, like this game, you actually have a bit more, like that last thing of health is actually very, it's quite a bit there. Oh, and, oh yeah, so this is the end. Few issues with the end here, but, you know. Like, how things are laid out, but, like, what can you do? And you can... yeah, a bit of an issue with the depth sorting. But yeah. I'm not sure how long that thing can get. There's also teleporting powers, yeah. If you need to dodge something... Ow! Oh, there's also some enemies that also drop more health. But yeah, like the way that I set up health in this is that when you have legit Google protect sign, I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, we got about 10 feathers. Oh shit! No. Alright, we're gonna just go up and get the feather. There we go. I think oh no, that particle effect still works. Oh, that was a... Oh. Did we get stuck in here? We got stuck. Oh, it does... Yeah, we got stuck. God damn it. But yeah, that's like... Oh, I learned that I can break my game. Like, it's not my game. It's like a collaboration between a lot of people. But yeah, like, that's the game that I made. And as I said, like, yeah, I stuffed... when I was working on it, I didn't really stuff up. It was more these things here. Let's see... This thing that's firing at me, right? The maths for it was half right. I just forgotten to put in divided by 2, or is it times 2? One of the two. But yeah, that's that. But yeah, that's something that I worked on. Anyway, I think that's enough time for the stream. I think the stream has gone on for long enough. You got to see... Oh, no. Hold on. I'll show you a bit of flick here. How about that? Let's go... Game Maker Studio 2. Alright. This oh yeah. I'm never gonna take it out. Yeah, I've got add info. It's the first one there. It's the first. I can add. Also add like new ones. You can see like here's all the ones that I've added. Some of them I've commented out. Like the people that are no longer. Like if you are no longer a patron of mine, I keep it in there just in case. Yeah. Yeah, that's the moral of the story. And it was a really simple thing, like divided by 2. And like I was sort of, okay, I'm gonna get some rest and then I'll think about it like later on. And then like, might have been like 6 AM in the morning, or maybe, well, I think it was like close to 10 AM in the morning. I was like, oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. Alright. Retry. I'm just going to... Okay, we're going to just drag that over there so that you don't see my password. It's quite a long password. Oh, is that not my password? Oh, wait. That's gonna be... Oh, that's my password. Alright, I'm using the wrong password. Okay. I've actually been making my passwords longer and longer lately. Like, 15 character long passwords. Is that long enough? Alright, so yeah. Alright, so yeah, we got to wait for it to load. And I'll show you like what I've been working on. I recently actually had to fix a couple of bugs. Right. Well, there's one bug that I actually do not know where it's coming from. Like, I have no idea where the bug's coming from. Let's... I should probably utilize this add stream marker a bit more. So there's a bug which soft locks the game when you are in a battle sometimes. I don't know where it's coming from. It's just been appearing. I've been trying to bug fix it, but it's like very random as to when it appears. I've been trying to go, okay, let's do this to try and invoke it. Nope, that doesn't invoke it. Let's go new game. All bugs come from 5G. Oh, I've also got a disclaimer here. Another bug that I found I fixed, and that was like with the menu. I had added something into the menu and... Oh yeah, the credits wasn't disappearing. What other bugs have I fixed? Oh, I've also added a... It's not a bug that was fixed, but it was more a thing that I noticed people were dying at. Yeah, Eric debate levels are stupid, very difficult to replicate. Is he stupid or is he just lying? Alright, we'll go through all this. Oh, I should have turned tutorials off. I'm actually thinking of adding more to this tune as well. Like, it's very dull. Equipment. Let's optimize it. I've also noticed that people will sometimes find little secrets, but they don't find the true extent of the secret. Like, yeah, there are secrets in this game, but no one's ever found the true extent of the secrets. In fact, there are secrets that are very well hidden. Like, secrets that you got to do a whole lot to find, and even then, you might not find them. You gotta be, like, some secrets you gotta have a decent level of skill to be able to find. Not gonna read that. And even if you have the level of skill, it's not guaranteed that you find it. Oh yeah, we've got chemtrails as well. So yeah, when you so this game actually auto-saved earlier when it tells you about the chemtrails. Auto-saves because people die in this battle. So I'll die in this battle to show you what I mean. Let's... I'm just not going to... I probably shouldn't defend too soon. Like, so that I take more... Oh, wait! No, I've got an idea. Let's... Ah, shit, I defended too soon. Attack... Party... Let's attack Jamie, you're gonna die. Let's attack ourselves. Because yes, we can attack ourselves, it just... Dealt 7 damage to ourselves. So yeah, when we attack ourselves, oh, dealt 5 damage. Yeah. Oh, we've got death tips now. So when you die, if the game flags you as doing doing something wrong or not doing something right, or not doing a particular thing, then it will say, hey, maybe you should try this. Otherwise it just says give up. No, don't give up. So yeah, so see it saved here. So, I mean, it actually wrote a file to your hard drive, or to my hard drive, but yeah. Yeah, this is the main one that I'm working on. I need to put the Nasher building in, because the Nasher building is going to be quite a big part. That's something that we need to do. Like, it's going to be like in the center of town. I might have a dilapidated Nasher building at some point, just for the abandoned area. And yes, there's going to be an abandoned area. There's kind of a UFO here as well. Like, this looks like a UFO. It's meant to be a spaceship though. But it's an underground spaceship. Let's... Alright, let's get a potion. You can see, like... This game is difficult as well. Like... Yeah, Nasher. Nasher's a big part of the game. Has its own logo. Which I posted on... I believe I posted the Nasher logo on Twitter. I think... There's a... Oh, there's an issue... Okay, yeah, there's an issue with this particular chest. Why... Okay. There's an issue with that chest. Few issues with, with things. Oh! Okay, I've gotten new information on how to trigger it. I think I know what's wrong. Huh. So this is the bug that I didn't know how to fix, but I think I have an idea of what's wrong. It's probably something to do with the cutscene manager glitching. My question is, what's causing it? So the cutscene manager is probably glitching up. I'm gonna have to look into this, because at least I have an idea of what's going on, right? It's probably setting the cutscene to like 1 or something, and that's not being rectified. My question is, why doesn't it make, if it is being... Or maybe... Huh. Oh. Wait, no, that can't be it. Yeah, there's something going on here, and I'm gonna have to find out what it is. But at least I have a good idea, because the interactables weren't working. The interactables weren't working. Now this isn't working. So at least I've found a link between what's not working. That gives me a way to narrow it down. And if I can figure out how this is being triggered, then I can figure out what's going on. Yeah, so all I know is that a cutscene didn't activate. Yeah, so a cutscene didn't activate, the interactables weren't working, and then this is frozen. I want to speak with your cutscene manager. Yes. It's not really a manager, like the cutscene manager isn't really a manager in the sense. It's more of just a set of rules that dictate how cutscenes how cutscenes work. And it says, okay, when this is happening, it's a cutscene, so don't allow the player to do anything, which has plugged up my game, but yeah, at least I know where something's likely to be going wrong. It might be in the dialogue things as well. I'm going to have to see what... I'm going to have to go to something like... So, interactables, where is it? Yeah, it'll be something to do with here. Yeah, it'll be something to do here. Like, yeah, yeah, the dialogue queue probably has something in it. That's my guess. My guess is that the dialogue queue has something in it, and that's what's causing it to go wrong, causing the issue. So I'm going to have to find a way to... I'm going to have a thing that prints out the list of the dialogue queue, work out where exactly this is... what will work out why the dialogue queue is actually full. Because, yeah, it's definitely the dialogue queue. Either that or the dialogue. Might be an equal to space. Well, something's gone wrong. I just know that there's... What if it's an action that's been taken? Because that would theoretically congest the dialogue queue. Yeah, an action... Hold on. An action would... Yeah, I've got a few ideas, but I'm going to have to... Because yeah, this dialogue queue is... Essentially, it goes through it. If it's ready to go on to the next thing, it goes on to the next thing. There are some things that can completely interrupt it and never let it pass, though. Like, certain cinematics... I call them cinematics, so it's really just the going, like, doing an action. Certain sequences of events, they will congest the dialogue queue, basically not letting any dialogue through until it's over. Right, so there's one later in the game, so yeah. Hey, at least I've worked it out! Or at least I've worked something out. I just need to work out why it's happening and how to prevent it from happening. But yeah, anyway, that's an idea of flare for you. Let me know if you're excited for it. Oh wait, oh no, that closed down. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I lost my work. Oh god. Time to do all that again. Oh. I lost my work because my computer shut off during the stream. I didn't save. Oh no. Always save your work, kids. Alright, anyway. Leave a like and subscribe if you like that stream. Leave a comment letting me know like what if you like this format of stream. You know, I go over various things. If you I should probably shill my Patreon and memberships. If you want to support me financially, you can do so. Patreon and memberships. I have a fair number of Patreons that you can see in the description of this video. Patrons that you can see in the description of this video. There's also super chats when there are also super... Oh, I can scrap polls. No, I forgot that. There are also super chats that you can do if you want to support me, but that's only during live streams and premieres. But yeah, apart from that, make sure you ring the bell notification and all that, so that you keep up to date, so that YouTube actually notifies you of when I post videos. And yeah, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Also, this is something that I am working on for my channel. This is like the channel. This is something like the channel theme. So, oh wait. Okay, so yes. Yeah, so that's something I'm working on. Still working out how it's going to go. Chords are basically... I don't know what that chord is. So yeah, something like that. I'll work it out.